Welcome back, everyone, to LC Esports. We are at the finals now here at UNA, and I'm super excited to be able to have the pleasure of hosting this for you guys. I know we have had a few problems with, obviously, the students not being able to get here in time due to some problems. However, we are mostly all here now, and we are ready to go. We are going to be doing it a little bit differently now that we are on campus and we have the teams in their own areas. We are going to be having team camps, which means during, highlight plays and during in between matches and stuff, not really in between matches, but in between each map, you'll be able to see the teams and be able to see exactly what they're doing, which room they're in. We do have one team in the UNA Gaming Esports Facility Lab, as well as one team in the CSIS Lab over in the Rayburn, which is fairly far apart, so hopefully we don't have any problems with comms. Obviously we won't, because they're in two different rooms, but that was the problem we had last semester, and we shouldn't have any technical issues either on the side of power outages. So hopefully all those problems have been settled. I know we are about 48 minutes late, however, we are all good to go. So we're going to be hopping straight into the first map. We are going to have a interesting little setup here, as we are doing a best of 5 instead of a best of 3. We are going to be doing Ilios first, Kings Row, Route 66, Hanamura, and Lijiang Tower, which is a little bit different because we are going to be including 2 CP with Hanamura. If we make it there, obviously, if one team wins all 3 of the first matches, then we won't have to make it there. However, if we do, then I'm very excited to see where it goes, because we haven't had a 2 CP in the tournament so far as I know. I think we may have included one during the finals of last semester. Every game today is going to be best of 5, not just one. That way it's a little bit more fair for everyone. They have a higher chance of coming back, which means the tournament may go on a little bit longer, but we will be seeing a lot more battle. On the side of Adrenaline, we are going to have immediately Del Sol and Hydro coming out with the Soldier and the Hanzo. Now, we have seen Hydro play the Hanzo multiple times before. Hydro, I believe, is a player from Lexington, so they are going to be subbing in here. We are going to see Your Mom 420 on the Reinhardt and Rex Battler on the Hog. Rex Battler is actually H2O Blast. They are having to play on another account due to some problems with their console not being here on campus, as far as I know. Wolfboy and Gaby on the Baptiste and Mercy, which is something I believe is a little bit different from what they typically would run. On the side of Rogers, we have McDangle and McMister on the Genji Junkrat. Their #1 combo works almost every time, like a charm. And if they can do exactly here what they always do, aka get in the back line and decimate the enemy, then they're going to have an easy win here on Ilios, which is the whole point. However, we are going to see Rogers immediately pushing in, going in, taking out Del Sol just like that. Gaby goes down, Rez is down. Nothing they can do. Instantly, McDangle with the 2K, make that a 3-piece, as we do see Reinhardt duking it out right now with H2O Blast. Well, it's really, I don't know if I should say Rex Battler or H2O Blast. I think it'd be easier to say Roadhog. However, he is going to back out, getting hooped up by the Junkrat and engaged by Genji. Genji's going to try and secure the pick off onto H2O, however, is not going to be able to succeed. It doesn't really matter, though, as McMister's going to get a very lucky pick there off onto Gaby. So now our Adrenaline is going to be down their Mercy player, which is really big for Rogers, allowing them to push. However, Your Mom does get the pick off onto Daddy. And with Rogers not having that Mercy pick, as they do have Burrito Mommy on the Ana and Tiebreaker on Lucio, they are going to be down 1 tank, playing Overwatch 2 2 years ahead of time. And it looks like another good pick comes out from the side of Adrenaline as they take down Tiebreaker. Now they only have 1 support, no speed boost. They have to play back. We are going to see Adrenaline trying to take advantage of this and push. However, McDangle is in the back per usual, doing his best. Genji Blade coming out, taking out Wolfboy. I believe both supports now are down. Yeah, both supports down now for Adrenaline, securing 1 more as the Hydra Wolf goes down as well. McMister getting the other support. And it looks like I said, like I predicted, both of the DPS on Rogers are just going to put in their all with their combos. Just getting right behind the enemy team and decimating their back lines, and it doesn't leave any room for Adrenaline to make any moves here. Rogers is going to be a little bit separated on the point, as we do have the Zarya up on the back left of their side, Junkrat on the front right. I meant front left earlier, Zarya. Junkrat on the front right. Now in the middle of the enemy team, his ult is up, so he's probably going to try and hide here and pop it, which he is going to get hooked, but he does survive thanks to a very well-placed Genji dash and reflect. We are going to see Reinhardt charging into the main point, looking to take him out. McMister's ult coming out, securing 2-piece off onto Hydro and Wolfboy. Both supports down now for Adrenaline, leaving only Del Sol and H2O Blast. H2O Blast does get the pick off of McMister, however, due to his placement, does get moved off by Tiebreaker. 92% on the clock for Rogers, and we are going to see probably an easy game here for the first map, as they are not going to be able to make it back in time. We do see Rogers starting it off really strong, making sure to play it as a team. They have everything just ready to go. And honestly, I think if the Lauderdale County team just played a little bit more aggressively, as weird as that sounds, they need to swap it up. They don't really have anything at all to counter Genji or Junkrat. I mean, they do have the Hog, which can be good in some situations for both of them. But they really probably need a Cassidy or a Winston here, so they might want to consider swapping off to a dive comp. However, I have heard their teams, as far as I know, aren't too versatile with what they can play. So I'm not sure how they're going to approach the situation, if they're going to just stay the same, or if they're actually going to swap up their comps. It looks like they're not going to swap anything. Oh, never mind. Your mom does swap off of the Reinhardt, off onto the D.Va. We are going to see no main shield tank here, no main tank at all, actually, coming in from Adrenaline. So they're not really going to have too much pressure in the front if they're not careful. We are going to see, again, the Brawl comp coming out from the side of Rogers. Immediately, Rex Battler getting the pick, or H.O. Blast getting the pick off on a Minister. Really big for them, and they still don't have the Mercy res. So really here, they have to secure a pick. Rogers has to secure a pick if they want to battle this out. H.O. again hooking Zarya, trying to take him out. Zarya is coming to back up. Reinhardt engaging to make sure that Zarya doesn't go down. However, it looks like Running Ryan is going to be a little bit too aggressive as he does go down himself, but McDangle balances out, taking down Del Sol. But we are going to see Gaby coming in with the res, getting the res off onto Del Sol before going down himself. And Mr. is back now, so both of the DPS up on the side of Rogers, and it looks like that is going to allow for a smooth cleanup with it being a 3v6 now. Now all we have to do is watch them vie for the point. How long can they stall? Is their team going to make it back, or are they going to go down beforehand? We are going to see a single mine taking down both Baby D.Va and Baptiste before McDangle also takes down H2O Blast. And it looks like, again, Adrenaline is going to be scattered, and they're going to have to back up and regroup here. If they don't, this point is going to be a very easy win for Rogers. McDangle already getting that early pick off, as he usually does, off onto the Soldier. They are going to be down. I don't think Mercy's going to be able to res that due to where it's at. However, they may... No, he's already respawned. We do see Baptiste Wall also coming out for the side of Adrenaline as they try to force the enemy to back up. All coming out by Mr. looking to secure a pick, getting both Gaby and Hydro massive picks and mech. Getting pretty much a 3k there. Baby D.Va's not going to be able to do much. Adrenaline is now basically down 3. Make that actually down 3 in full, although 2 of them did just respawn. Baby D.Va looking to get her mech back, however, only at 30% now. Now make that 50. Adrenaline very split up here on the point as they try to engage. Mr. going in. We do see H2O Blast popping his ult, trying to get someone off the point. However, he doesn't succeed as he boops Lucio off, and Lucio does manage to save himself before McDangle manages to secure the pick off onto H2O. Soldier gets booped off there by Tiebreaker. 2 boops in the same map. Always fun to see those happen. I was hoping to see a boop play of the game, but I'm not sure that's going to happen here. 5 seconds now left, 4 seconds left. Can they touch the point? And Baptiste does go in, using Immortality to save himself. We do see as well, Tiebreaker ulting for the... Alrighty, sorry about that slight problem there. We kind of had a problem with Discord. It just shut down for one of us, and you couldn't hear me there towards the end. I don't really know what happened, but we are back. So we are going to hop to a slight mission as we get the team set up for the next map. It won't be too long, but you should see them on your screen right about now. Alrighty, welcome back. Both teams now we're ready, and we're going to be hopping straight into King's Row. So we do know that this map isn't exactly the best for some of the teams here, especially teams like Wilson, since they do really like their dive comps. And sometimes dive does work on King's Row, but most of the time you're going to see a hard brawl here, especially with some of the teams running some cheese comps with the Symmetra and Torbjorn or Bastion most of the time, which can absolutely stop them in their tracks if they're careful enough. However, I'm very curious what we're gonna see here for the side of Adrenaline and Rogers. I believe, if I remember correctly. Sorry about that. For some reason, the microphones are giving us problems on our technical end, so I'm gonna have to swap microphones. I'm not gonna sound as good now. I hope. I hope I sound better than I think I do. But we're just gonna ignore it and use a different microphone, even if it makes me lose a little bit of quality. That way, we don't have to be there for too long. But we're gonna go ahead and hop right back into it. So, yeah, we do see a little bit of a swap up on the side of Adrenaline. We're going to have the same DPS comp. However, we're going to see double shield coming from their tanks instead of what they were running before. They were running the Diva Hog or the Rhine Hog, which they are going to be swapping up here in favor of the Reinhardt and Sigma. I'm immediately getting the pick off to McDangle, and with them having no res, that's going to be massive for Adrenaline. They don't really have much heals either, because they do have Burrito Mommy and Tiebreaker on the Zenyatta Lucio. McDangle is back up, looking to get back to point. Mister getting that really big pick they need off on the Wolf Boy. However, he does go down himself. Two now down on the side of Adrenaline. So Rez can only get one person before going down themselves, and it is going to be a 4v4 situation here as their Reinhardt engages, taking out your mom as... Oh, wait, this is Rogers. Oops, I'm messed up. I thought Rogers was the one attacking. Okay, yeah, I thought Rogers was the one defending. Rogers instantly there, got the picks they needed, came onto point, and took it out, no problem. Although they did lose a few people. For some reason, I thought Rogers was the one attacking there, huh? I don't know. We are going to see Adrenaline probably looking to make a return here. However, they're not going to be able to, as Burrito Mommy does get the kill off onto Wolfboy, taking them out. It does get rezzed by GB, but that does mean that Rez is now going to be down for 30 seconds in the fight, leaving Rogers some time to push up if they want to. The question is, will they actually do so? They do use Immor a little bit early there, which means it's also going to be down for a little bit. Both DPS going in, taking out your mom, looking to secure the pick off onto Mercy or Baptiste, and they do get Baptiste, thankfully, and Mr. popping his ult as well, looking to take down both Mercy and Hydro. And there we go, with plenty of time to spare. They pretty much team wipe Adrenaline, and they're just going to keep this momentum that they have going. Now, Adrenaline doesn't know what to do against them, and it looks like it's just going to be a match of whether or not they can make the changes they need to actually counter Rogers. We do see Tiebreaker getting the pick off to H2O, so they're not going to be able to push here for just a little bit. He's going to be down for 7 seconds, and it's going to take him another 7 to get back to his team. Rogers pushing undefeated right now. Adrenaline looks to try and stall, however, they are just kind of wasting shield. Do get the push off onto someone, but he goes down before he can secure the pick. We do see Baptiste also coming out, looking to make some room. However, it doesn't matter as McDangle pops his ult, securing 2, going in for even more, trying to take out Hog. However, he does get hooked and has to back up. Again, the pure aggression coming from Rogers here is just able to overwhelm Adrenaline, and there's not much they can do if they don't meet it with the force of their own. And right now, that's exactly their problem. They don't have anything to be super aggressive with against what Rogers is running. Like I said, they need that Cassidy. If they don't get it, they're not going to have a stun for the Genji. Right now, the only thing they can really use against the Genji is the Roadhog, but that requires, obviously, them to reach their hooks. We're going to see Del Sol popping ult. However, he does get shattered there by Runny Ryan. Runny Ryan charging in, trying to take them out as best he can. Has the shield as he's going to go down if he's not careful, and he does. Every ult coming out. Really good ult there by Hydro Wolf, taking down both supports on the side of Rogers. However, McDangle and Daddy looking to clean this up. Have to take down Wolfboy as well as a few other people. Right now, Zarya does get booped off the map there on the side of Rogers, and it looks like Adrenaline is going to come back here thanks to your mom swapping the ball to hold this. And there we do. We do see Adrenaline wiping Rogers, and it looks like with that said, Rogers is going to have to retreat here, regroup, and think about their strategy. It seems brute force is working really well for them. However, if they're not careful, if they play way too aggressively like they just did, they're going to get separated and taken out. They do have both Beat and Genji ult up, as well as Tire coming out from Mr. as well, which we are going to see Mr. using immediately, going behind them, looking to get the picks. Big one coming in, taking down both Gaby and Hydro Wolf. We do see as well Rex Battler, H2O Blast going in behind, getting taken out, and a team wipe coming out by Rogers, and it looks like that is going to be the end of the match. Now all we have to do is see Adrenaline push, and if they do this correctly, if they manage to counter the problems that they have, you know, they have to take out the Genji, they have to take out Mimister. Those are their 2 biggest problems right now. They have someone all the time in their back flank, and if they don't protect their supports, which is their main problem right now, Genji, McDangle, and Mimister are just absolutely decimating their supports in the back line. If they don't protect their back line, then it could spell trouble for them in the long run. There's a chance that they won't be able to cap this point if they don't do something about it. The question is, what will they do to do so? I did provide a few suggestions of my own. All right. So, Discord keeps having its own problems. So if I do cut out, that's not really our fault. For some reason, the app that we use to use my mic on is really not wanting to let me cast today for some reason. Either way, we do, like I said, I knew we would see it. We do see Mr. swap off from the Junkrat over to the Torbjorn, which means they are going to have that easy extra DPS there, especially when it's in that corner, because they're going to try and push off. Am I coming through twice? Anyways, we are going to see Mr. here with the Torbjorn turret in the corner of the left side of the chokehold. We do also see Adrenaline swapping up over onto the dive comp, like they probably should have done for Ilios. Winston going in by himself, and he is going to go down, so it doesn't really matter too much. we are going to see McDangle or Mr. go down there and not be able to get rezzed. For some reason, again, I'm sorry if I cut out. We're making sure we fix it in real time. However, we are having problems with the app that's using my mic. So, either way, Rex Battler does go down, H2O Blast does go down. They are down 1. They're going to have to regroup here. They do use Baptiste ult. However, almost the entirety of Adrenaline is low HP, and if they're not careful, then, you know, they're going to obviously go down. Wolfboy secures the pick off on a Mister. Once again, Tiebreaker using ult as McDangle pops as well, goes in, taking down Wolfboy immediately. Taking down Hydro Wolf as well. It looks like he's just going to keep getting a 3-piece, make that a 4-piece, taking down H2O. The entire team's down. All they have to do is take down D.Va, and that's exactly what they're going to do. Staggering D.Va for just a few seconds, providing them a little bit more time to set up. Actually, they didn't manage to stagger him. D.Va actually somehow stayed alive during that entire fight, thanks to Wolfboy shooting his healing orbs from spawn. We're going to see the Primal Rage coming out from Adrenaline as they try to push in. Obviously, Mr. sees this happen, uses his ult to try and block off the point, and he does secure both the picks off on to the supports, and it's going to be forcing Adrenaline to back up. 2 minutes on the clock still. Can Adrenaline take home the first point? Hydro Wolf does get the the pick. Jeez, gets the pick off onto McDangle, which means they aren't going to have that that DPS that they need to win this point. Hydro Wolf separating the point with Dragons. Runny Ryan getting the Baptiste in his charge, taking him down, also helping take down your mom. 2 down the side of Adrenaline, 1 down on Rogers. Again, no res as we do see Rex Battler, H2O Blast pushing in, and the Visor comes out looking to secure at least 1 pick. Burrito Mommy using the car to protect herself. And she does survive the ult, thankfully, despite being the squishiest person on the team. McDangle securing 2 as well. It looks like both DPS, again, are going to put in the work they need to hold this point, even despite their tanks being down. Adrenaline looking to regroup. Your mom finally does get staggered here. They're going to be down for a few more seconds. There's not really much that they could do if they're not able to play those characters. If they're not able to make the picks that they need, there's not much really they can do against this comp. Mister with the 2K right there coming out. We do see H2O looking to get a lucky charge there, however, failed to secure anything. And it's not like there's really much to do. 48 seconds on the clock. We do see Torvald coming out one more time from Mister, looking to secure some extra time held. Tiebreaker taking out Immortality, which is going to be down for another like 30 seconds or so. Mister's ult does secure Gay B, which means Rez is also going to be down. We do see Bomb coming out, probably going to secure at least the turret. That's exactly what it does. However, Runny Ryan's shield is now down, so they don't have that protection. Baptiste ult coming out. Doesn't really matter, though, as McDangle slashes past it, going in, getting the pick off onto your mom, going in as well, taking down Hydro Wolf and 1 more. Mister steals the pick off of McDangle, and a team wipe comes out from Rogers at the last second. 11 seconds to go. Can they hold this? Daddy does have ult, and they do ult Rogers or Adrenaline in spawn. Absolutely big brain on the side of Rogers. They're going to try and push in. However, 0.6 seconds on the clock, and they're not going to be able to make it. And the second map is going to go to Rogers Marauders. So with that said, we are going to hop to a slight intermission to see what is going on with our setup here, our production setup here, while also waiting for the teams to be ready for the next map. So, we'll be right back.
Where's advanced? No. No, it's just... Okay, keep talking.
Yeah, I can hear you just fine.
Okay. Oh, are they ready to go in game?
Our Cassidy's ready, so. Alright, we're going.
Alright, you're back in 5, 4, 3, 2.
All right, welcome back, everyone. We are going to be hopping straight into the third map, which is going to be Route 66. If Rogers does win this, we're not going to be going to the other two this map, although we will probably, I want to say definitely see it in the winner's bracket here that will be played after this. However, I'm very interested to see if they're actually going to swap something up. We did see towards the end there on Kings Row, they did swap to the dive comp, and it worked a little bit better than what they had been running. However, they need to just consolidate their forces, make sure they're picking targets, make sure they're pushing at the same time, make sure they're not separated, stuff like that. And if they can pull all of that off, then they could probably take a map off of Rogers. It's just a matter of making sure your teamwork, your team play is all there behind your character play. You know, you can't just always play as an individual, which is sometimes what the teams here do. They'll sometimes just go in by themselves and end up getting staggered. It's something you got to work on. And we are going to see a little bit of a different comp here again, coming from both teams. Your Mom and Hydra Wolf. We see Hydra Wolf on the Hanzo once more. However, Your Mom is going to be on the Pharah with the Mercy coming out from H2O Blast, who has been swapped to support. Gaby was swapped to support, from support to tank, which we're going to see Del Sol and Gaby both running a shield tank here with Orisa and Reinhardt. And again, the Wolf Boy, we're going to see Baptiste and Mercy for their supports. On the side of Rogers, is going to have a very similar comp. However, McDangle is going to be swapping off onto Cassidy instead of the Genji, which is going to make quite the difference here with a lot of range open. And it's also perfect for them because, you know, obviously your mom is going to be running the Pharah pick, the pharmacy pick, which is going to be really huge for Rogers if they can take that out of the sky. We do see Rex Battler H2O Blast going down instantly from a nice shot there from the Zenyatta on the side of Rogers, from your mom, from Rito Mommy on the side of Rogers. Already with their support down, they've got to back up. Again, another pick coming out, 2 picks coming out, almost 3 picks coming out, make that 4. Oh my gosh, keeps going, keeps going. The only person left now is your mom, who's also going to go down, and now Adrenaline is going to have to back up. Already halfway through the first section of the map with only 40 seconds lost. Can they make it before 2:30? That's the question. We do see Mercy trying to get some picks or trying to get some hits off and do some damage. However, it doesn't really secure anything too much. They are being held there by just an absolute barrage of damage coming out from Rogers. Rito Mommy getting the pick off onto Hydra Wolf. The hits here are insane right now. I've seen so many good picks coming out from Zenyatta on the side of Rogers that it's kind of mind-boggling. So we didn't really see that much beforehand. Mr. again taking down Baptiste and following it up with a 2-piece off to Hydro, and again, Adrenaline's going to have to just consolidate their losses here and back up. If they don't, they're just going to keep staggering in. It seems like they may have lost mental here, which if they have, that could be massive for Rogers. They can abuse that and just keep staggering them. And if they keep staggering, obviously there's never going to be a true team fight, and they're just going to end up winning every single fight. All Adrenaline needs to do is just back up, regroup, calm down, and do their best. We do see McDangle going up top here, looking to hopefully do some damage before they can come out. He does also have High Noon. Yep, he's going to be flanking. He's looking for it. He's ready. But Mr. also popping out, getting the 4K off onto both supports, Hydra Wolf and Del Sol. Another big tire coming out from it, Mr., which is something we see all the time. However, we haven't seen many this game. We have seen a few 2 and 3 pieces, but not a 4-piece. I'm hoping by the end of it, we see at least one 5 or 6K ultimate coming from at least one of the teams, which would be the dream. I want to feel the hype. Rogers with 5 minutes and 40 seconds now on the clock. They are going to cap the second point. We do see Adrenaline looking to come behind them and try and do some damage. However, they don't really have anything to do much damage with right there, except for the Hanzo. The entire team is behind them. Mr. getting the pick off into Wolf Boy, but he does get taken down by Pharah on the side of Adrenaline. We are going to see Adrenaline dropping down bottom, trying to just engage from behind them. But they're not really attacking Daddy at all, who's directly behind them. Ronnie Ryan at the top ropes, almost has Shatter as he's going to charge into the enemy team. picking up the Diva. McDangle popping ult as well, trying to help his Reinhardt take down whoever he can. Your mom popping ult directly above them, doing so much damage, but only secures 1 pick with it. Ridomami as well, going down, 2 now down for the side of Rogers, and 2 down on the side of LC. A 4v4, can they keep pushing this point? Baptiste ult does come out, however, they are going to use the cart to prevent dying from that. Grav coming out as well, 2-piece coming out from both teams. Again, a 4v4. We're just going to see a continued stagger from Adrenaline and Rogers as they hope to win this point. Bastion being pulled out on the side of Rogers, or on the side of Adrenaline, but he does go down himself. And it looks like if they're not careful, Adrenaline's going to be losing this. 2 left, a massive ult there coming out from Ridomami, just allowing them to engage as much as they want, do as much damage as they want. And it looks like the only person on point now is Baptiste, who does go down. 4 minutes, 11 seconds on the clock, and Rogers is going to take the 3rd point. Well, I'm sure you guys can see the cameras currently of both teams, so that's something I believe we're going to leave a little bit more, because I think it makes the matches just a little bit more interesting whenever you can see the teams and how they're reacting to what's going on. From what it looks like, it seems like Adrenaline is, in fact, kind of losing mental here. But if they can just, like I said, I keep saying it, if they just bring it back and calm down and think about it and go in as a team, don't rush in without their team, they could do this. I mean, they're getting picks they need. I mean, they're making, I'm sure, I hope they're making the callouts they need, and they're using ults as they need them for the most part. If they can just do that and add the extra layer of teamwork that they need to succeed, then, you know, this is going to be a map that they can certainly take home. The only problem is Rogers does have 4 minutes on the clock, which is going to be definitely hard to beat. They may not be able to beat 4 minutes, but they should definitely be able to at least make the 3rd point if they choose the right targets. But again, they are going to have your mom swap over to Reaper, so they are going to be finally making the swap that they need. They're going to be finally making a swap that they need. We are not going to see the double tank or the double shield meta either anymore. We're going to see Del Sol staying who they were playing. However, Gaby is going to be swapping over to the Diva instead of the Reinhardt. And instead of Mercy, we're also going to see H2O Blast going Brig, which against what they're running would be massive if they didn't get 2-piece right outside of spawn by a very sneaky Mint Mister. It looks like that's their plan here, is just to hold them in spawn. We do see Brig get behind them, however, goes down immediately thanks to the DPS on the side of Rogers. Mr. and McDangle being on point with their call-outs as they know exactly where the enemy team is. McDangle getting the pick off onto your mom, looking to take out even more as their team takes down 3. And they are going to just keep Adrenaline in their spawn. And there's really not much they can do here with how Rogers is playing. I'm sure they've got the callouts they need. They know exactly where everyone's at all times. Your mom does get the pick off onto McDangle, and with no res, that could be massive. Adrenaline does have the spawn advantage, and if they use that to their advantage, then they could actually use McDangle going down here to their advantage. I keep saying advantage. Oh, that's the 4th time now. However, it doesn't really matter much as Gaby does go behind them and goes down. 2 now down on the side of Rogers, or on the side of Adrenaline. Well, 2 is down on the side of Rogers as well, with Mint Mister coming out tire, taking down 2, trying to make sure that they don't lose the point here. Getting a 3rd, another 3-piece coming out from Mint Mister, who is absolutely insane at the Junkrat. Keeping the high ground at all times, raining down, you know, his grenades, his main fire on the enemy team without any hesitation. Always in their back line, always above them, always throwing out the mines. His placement is just insane. He's always making sure he's just in their face. And when he's not in their face, or when he can't be in their face, he's always directly above them. We're going to see, like, was that a 5-piece he just got? Cassidy just try and pop ult. McDangle just try and pop ult. However, he fails to do anything, and it looks like their Brig is going to fall off the map here, trying to hold on. Isn't able really to do that, is they can't really climb back up. Wolfboy gets the pick off onto McDangle. 2 now down on the side of Adrenaline, 1 down on Rogers Marauders. And we are going to have a fairly even fight. McDangle swapping from the Cassidy back over to the Genji, and with 2 snipers on the side of Adrenaline, that's a really big pick there, especially since they have the Junkrat getting in their face. They're just going to have double dive DPS in their face at all times. Tiebreaker popping ult, helping their team secure their safety out of that dragon as they get pushed into the train. It looks like they are going to get surrounded by Adrenaline here, and they are going to get some ground on Marauders. However, Mr. popping ult, going in, getting 3 again. Both supports and Hydro Wolf go down, and it looks like it's going to be a 3v5 situation here from Adrenaline. Once again, they had the advantage. However, they failed to get the picks they needed there when they had it, and it looks like that is going to come back and bite them. Mr. again. Going down as well to Del Sol, leaving McDangle all on his lonesome on the DPS side of things. However, we've seen him do it before. We'll see him do it again. Once that ult comes up, he's going to dive in straight away and get what he needs to get done. Adrenaline is grouped up now, minus the fact Del Sol's not there. Grav comes out onto D.Va, securing 2 with it. However, they don't get the picks. They do get 1 of them with it. But they don't get the Baby D.Va just yet, although it's probably going to go to, yeah. Baby D.Va does go down to Tiebreaker. Tiebreaker pulling out the 2-piece there. And it's just going to be another cleanup on the side of Rogers as they push in Mr. in the face of the Orisa, pushing in the best they can, doing what they can to make sure that they hold them in spawn forever longer. 30 seconds left on the clock. And there's not really much they can do. However, Bomb does come out, and it's not going to secure anyone, thankfully, as Rogers does manage to rotate in the proper way. Like I said, Genji's ult comes right out the second he gets it. Mr. securing 2. However, he does go down to Hydro Wolf, make that a third as well. I didn't realize he got Bastion as well. Now there's only 2 left on point from Adrenaline. 5 seconds to go. Can they take him down? Pharah is coming back as fast as they can. McDangle takes down D.Va. Tiebreaker popping ult. It is only Pharah on the point. Adrenaline is on the way back, though. We do see Reinhardt ult and Nano up, ready to go whenever they're ready. But they are going to hold on to it a little bit longer as McDangle gets the 2-piece. Nano comes out onto Reinhardt, who's looking for Shatter. He hasn't popped it just yet. There it goes, and he prevents them from touching the point any longer. And with that said, a 3-0 from the side of Marauders off onto Adrenaline. We are going to see Rogers moving on to the next match against whoever loses the first winners. Mr. again with those absolutely insane plays, getting the picks that he needs. I can't commend him enough. He knows what he's doing when it comes to playing Junkrat, especially in the elo that they're playing in. He's right behind them, dead on behind them. They didn't even see him. He pops it and gets the 4K. So I think there, honestly, I want to give MVP to Mr. But I'm going to have to give it... to Burrito Mommy. I'm a support main, so I am a little bit biased here. However, the amount of work they were putting in as Zenyatta, securing picks, even if they weren't doing all the damage, they did manage to use their Discord Orb in a way that was beneficial, securing the picks that they needed to take home the fights, and it worked so well for them. But with that said, we are going to be hopping right in to an intermission here for just a moment as we get the next teams set up and finish setting up our problems that we were having on our end. So, we'll be right back. Welcome back, everyone, to LC Esports, the finals here at UNA. We are going to be running it right back onto Ilios. This time in the winner's bracket, we're going to have Wilson Dreamland Warriors versus the LC Crusaders. These are the two biggest rivals here in the tournament, and they have played each other quite a few times leading up to this point. However, this is when it really counts. If Crusaders can win this here, Wilson will be going into the loser's bracket, has to play Rogers twice in order for that to count. So, with that said, we're going to see what they run here. 20 seconds on the clock, 26 seconds on the clock until we can see what they're running. However, if I have to guess, we're going to see Genji, Tracer, Reinhardt, Winston, or Reinhardt Ball, and Mercy on a Lucio on the side of Wilson. On the side of Crusaders, we're going to see the Reaper Soldier or Genji Soldier, as well as the Reinhardt Sigma, Reinhardt Zarya, and the Zenyatta and Mercy, if I had to guess. And I was completely wrong. Yeah, they're definitely swapping it up. So we are going to see Crusaders running Ice Shot again as Genji. That's completely normal. However, Pluo is going Echo here, which is not something we've really seen ran at all in this tournament, and can be an absolutely massive turnaround, considering he can copy whoever he wants with his ult. Dexter and Spots for Matt are going to do a double tank. However, Matt, I believe, is actually copy-paste. Copy-paste is playing on Matt's account, and Matt is playing on Rex Battler. So I'm going to do my best to make sure to make those distinctions. And Milk and... gosh, I've already forgot. Milk and Matt now are going to be running Mercy and Ana, which is a good pick here, especially with the Pharmacy, which both teams are going to have 5-star going in, nearly getting taken out. Pharah, both of them doing a dogfight in the sky. However, it looks like they are both going to back out for just a moment. Fluo securing the pick off onto Mario. However, 5-star turns it around, taking out Rex Battler. They do have Res up, and there's a chance they're going to pull it off. We do see Tidex res Zombie Mario. However, Milk doesn't render res off of their, I forget who went down now, but they do get Spots from Matt up, or they get copy-paste up, which is going to be big for them if they can engage here, but it doesn't look like they can, as Lauderdale does take the point. The Crusaders do take the point. Pluo taking down Zombie Mario once again. Void Knight securing the pick off onto copy-paste, and we're going to see Hog engaging Sigma, looking to get this pick off. Echo coming in, trying to save his friend's skin. However, it doesn't look like he can, and Dexter is going to go down there to chill fish. Ice Shot and their Mercy Milk playing above Crusaders as they try to secure the pick off here. They do get 5-star down, however, they are going to have to back up for momentarily as Ice Shot does go and pop ult right there, securing Void Knight before falling into the hole, I believe, going down themselves. Doesn't really matter, though, as it's going to be a 3v3 on each side. Make that 3v2, as Crusaders is going to hold the point here just a little bit longer. 37 seconds already on the clock, 37% already up. Chillfish securing a 2-piece there, and it looks like Crusaders is a 3-piece there. And it looks like Crusaders is going to hold the point just a little bit longer. God, I'm stuttering quite a bit, aren't I? Whew. I'm sure that the teams are as well. It looks like Wilson is going to be staggering in, which is something they don't normally do here. They're not playing so much as a team as they normally do. Reinhardt does pop the ult on the side of Wilson, securing like 2 people down there with it. However, he fails to get anything as Mario comes in, secures the pick. 1 down now as copy-paste does lose his life there. Pluo popping ult, securing his trade-off as Reinhardt looking to build up that ult. 71 already, 90 looking to get it out. However, he doesn't get it out just in time. He gets it, but he goes down just in time to save the point. Ice Shot swapping to the Soldier, taking down 2 of them before he's almost going to go down himself. He does manage to back up. Mercy securing the pick. Zombie Mario popping Visor there. However, he does go down before he can use it. 85% on the side of Crusaders, and they are going to lose the point finally to Wilson. It looks like Wilson did do what they could here to hold this point. However, if they make one mistake, one fight's all it takes right here for Crusaders to win this. Pluo does get the early pick off onto 5-star, which is going to be massive for them. We're going to see Spots for Matt going down to Arcade's ult as well. 2 now down on the side of Wilson. 1 does get res. It's a 5v5 scenario. Still 5v5, as it looks like Crusaders is going to be having all of Wilson's ults thrown at them. Crusaders is going to have to back up as they just get clean wiped by Pluo and Ice Shot. They are running something a little bit different, and I'm sure they noticed that the Genji Echo combo just wasn't working for them. And it looks like, obviously, because of that, Genji made the swap off onto Soldier, which is so much better for them, especially when they had that Pharah. Now, it's not really that needed, but it is going to be a really good shield break for them, since Arcades is the resident Reinhardt on the side of Crusaders. Both teams are playing pretty much with their original comps. The only problem is we do have someone instead of Easton. Easton's not here. He hasn't been here for me pretty much the entire tournament, but I'm sure this would play it a little bit differently if he was. 5-star getting the pick off into spots for Matt, who's in their back line. However, it doesn't matter as Arcades and Void Knight both go down to Wilson, and it looks like, again, Crusaders is going to be fighting at a disadvantage here. 2 more goes down, securing it for 1. Pluo using ult to secure Soldier, but does get caught in the trap, can't engage. Chances are he's not going to be able to have enough time to pop his ult. Exactly, just that. He does pop it, securing a pick. Gets 2 there, taking down Chillfish and 5-star, forcing Crusaders once again to back up. And it looks like Wilson already caught it back up to 86% now. 13 seconds on the clock. Can Crusaders make the push that they need to hold this? We are going to see Soldier doing the best he can to do some damage here before backing out, but getting caught by Reinhardt in his pin, going down. Now Mercy has to back up and res that if they want to be in a full fight. We do see 5-star popping Exalt looking to take out 1. He does get Dexter. 3 down on the side of Wilson. Crusaders can very easily win this if they play their cards right. Chillfish popping Exalt, holding them off the point, taking the cap. 3v6 scenario here. Can they take it home? We do see Brig looking for the boop there with her shift ability. However, doesn't get it as he does go to Arcades. Crusaders popping beat there. Both Soldier ults coming out. However, Zommario takes down Milk. Absolutely massive. Reinhardt counter-pinning spots for Matt's ult, and it looks like Crusaders is going to be able to take the point home here. They failed to touch the point, and the first point is going to go to the Crusaders. Absolutely massive turnaround there from the Crusaders. Wilson kind of fell apart there at the end as Crusaders managed to get those picks that they needed, and we are going to see right here, this is where it really matters. If they win this, they take home the first map. If they lose it, we're going to have to go 1 more round. This could go either way if they play wrong. Pluo is such a powerful asset here. Echo can absolutely decimate on this map. If they don't have something to counter it, they're going to lose. Easy. Shot does swap to the Cassidy, which is also going to be big since we're going to see Crusaders running the Pharmacy combo, which is also very powerful. However, they don't have a hit scan. Pluo does swap off the Echo onto the Doomfist, onto the Symmetra. Which may actually be really good for them. However, both teams are going to be running double shield tank, both very low healing comps, as we see Milk and Rex Battler, Milk and Matt running Mercy and Brig. On the side of Crusaders, we're going to have Void Knight and Tydex on Zenyatta and Mercy. Both do not have a lot of heals. Symmetra throwing her turrets out immediately, try and secure those picks, and it looks like they're going to ignore them for the most part, but they are going to actually finally turn around and target them. Nice eat there coming out from Chillfish as he takes out the Fire Strike from Reinhardt. Crusaders going down 2 already, trying to turn it around, but they fail. 3v6 scenario, 3v5 scenario. The 5th does get res, so it's going to be 6v4, now 6v2. And it looks like Crusaders is going to go down with Wilson winning that point. I'm not really sure what they could do here to swap up. We've seen iShot has some really, really nasty aim. He has those flicks. He knows what he's doing. He's not very bad at missing his shots, or he's not very good at missing his shots. So I'm not sure Pharmacy's the pick here, especially with someone so accurate on the side of Wilson. But we do see Symmetra ult coming up on the side of Wilson. No ults even remotely close on the side of Crusaders. 5-star already got his, I believe, and used it. No, he swapped, actually. 2 going down from Wilson, 3 going down from Lauderdale. They might be able to turn this around. However, it is going to be a 4v2 now at this rate as Rez does come out. And it looks like Crusaders is going to lose the next fight. Dexter securing the 2-piece onto both tanks. Farah trying to get out, but he does go down to iShot. And again, just another clean turnaround by Wilson. 44 seconds already on the clock. Not really much done on the side of Crusaders to counter what they're running. There's not really much they can do, really. And Symmetra turrets are such a huge help, especially when they're dispersed so evenly throughout the point. They push, and they have to target 3 different turrets all in different locations, which makes it really hard for them to target all at one time. However, a really good ult comes out from RK, securing the kill off on Dexter before going down himself. 5-star pulling off the 2-piece as Cassidy pops the ult from behind, securing 2 more. And it looks like another clean sweep is going to be coming out from the side of Wilson. Zombie Mario as well, getting staggered there by iShot. Like I said, it's just probably not going to work. They are saving the ult. However, the chances are it's going to get stunned right out of commission. And if that's the case, it's not really going to be worth it. No ults up except for Mercy's on the side of Crusaders. On the other end, Wilson has both Shatter and Valkyrie up. And that's going to be massive for them to win this fight if Dexter can get past that shield. Especially right now, they're all grouped up. Never mind, no, they're split up. We are going to see RK's charging straight in, taking down spots from Matt before Reinhardt tries to countercharge, failing to do anything. Zombie Mario popping his ult, doing a lot of damage, not securing any picks. 5-star taking out ice shot before RK's goes down to Pluto himself. The Symmetra ult there, preventing anything from happening. However, the ult does come out from Dexter, securing 4 of them all down. It's just Hog and Junkrat. Junkrat does go down, leaving just Hog and Pharah. Now left up to Pharah by herself. Chances are, in about 3 seconds, they are going to end up going down. Can Reinhardt make it back in time? Right across the point, overtime, gets out almost instantly. 100-0 by Wilson, and we are going to have to go to the 3rd point here on Ilios to determine this tiebreaker. Chances are, if Crusaders plays what they just did and didn't swap up to really counter their enemy, this is going to be an easy win for Wilson. However, this map usually is very good for Crusaders, especially when they run their specialty. We are going to see 5-star swapping off of the Junkrat to mirror Pluo's Symmetra, which is going to be pretty big brain play here with the kill box, basically, that is the main point. If he plays this correctly, as I'm sure Pluo is going to, then this is going to be completely untouchable by the enemy team unless they pop all 6 ults to get onto it. However, we are going to see very low heals from both teams still. It doesn't really matter, as we do see them still managing to get the picks they need and to play for life, which seems to be what Wilson's strongest at, is playing for their life. They know when to back out. We are going to see Chillfish immediately pushing in, trying to secure a pick, getting stunned by Cassidy, iShot, who goes in, trying to secure the pick off onto Chillfish, but fails. Chillfish does rotate onto the point, however, is going to get really low. Going down, RK's pushing onto point as well by himself, trying to get the heals that he needs. However, they only have a Mercy and a Zenyatta. Not really much they can do in a 5v6 scenario, and Wilson's about to just crumble on them. Crusaders all scattered right now. RK's and Zombie Mario, Void Knight 2. A 3-piece coming out by iShot. The entire team of Crusader goes down. Now all they have to do is clean up what is left. They're going to take out the teleporter here, which is going to be down for a few more seconds. Tydex is still staggered just a little bit, and it looks like Crusaders is actually going to wait for their team to regroup. Zenyatta does swap over onto the Lucio, which is going to be a little bit better because they do have, well, they swapped from Reinhardt now. They did have the Reinhardt. If they kept that, the Lucio is exactly what they needed to do so. However, they are going to be a little bit split here. RK's holding the high ground, dropping down, looking to engage. D.Va getting booped away by Brig. Chillfish going in by himself instantly. RK's getting the pick off onto Dexter. Now all they have to do is prevent Milk from rezzing. They do get 2 more before iShot gets the pick off onto Void Knight. We are going to see Cassidy ult coming up as well, which means if he's not careful, if the enemy's not careful, we are going to see a good old Cassidy ult from behind. iShot taking down Tydex, Dexter taking down Chillfish. An absolutely massive turnaround by Wilson, taking down the entirety of Crusaders pretty much. It's a 3v4 scenario. Dexter does go down, however, Wilson's already coming back. Zombie Mario getting Milk as well. There is no res. Now all they can rely on is themselves, and if they don't get these picks that they need, they are going to lose this fight. We are going to see a 4v4 scenario as the rest of Crusaders and Wilson does look to come back. Pluto getting the kill off the Void Knight. Rex booping 5-star off the map, or copy base booping 5-star off the, no, Matt. Booping Void Knight off the map. Another 3 turnaround by Crusaders looking to win this fight. Zombie Mario with the 3-piece. Chillfish taking out 1. Dexter pushing on a point. Manages to secure Zombie Mario. Oh, gosh. So manages to secure Zombie Mario. However, the Milk is also going to get the rest off an iShot. It's going to be a losing fight here by Crusaders if they're not careful. However, we're going to see 5-star popping his ult in the top, coming around, looking to get a good ult. Chillfish uses his ult as well to make sure to push Wilson off the point. 5-star will secure Milk, which is a massive pick, even if it's only one person with his ult. There is no res anymore. Once again, Crusaders does have this now for 20 seconds. They need to just get 50 more to catch back up to Wilson. iShot gets extraordinarily low. However, it looks like he's going to back out. He does get the heals that he needs. He does have ult as well, which means if he plays back and plays correctly here, it's going to be a steamroll. It looks like all of Wilson's going to go through the tight corridor. RK's has his ult. Is he going to pop it here? He is. And he's going to use it, capturing almost all of them. However, he doesn't somehow get them. 5-star with the 2-piece, though. It doesn't really matter. RK is getting Dexter as well. 3 down on the side of Wilson as they continue to stagger in. Crusaders getting a little bit arrogant here as they push in. Mercy's going around. But it doesn't matter. Junkrat spots him, looking to get that pick, and they sure do. Or Zombie Mario, not Junkrat, sorry. It looks like Farah spotted them and does manage to take out Milk very early on. That's what they're doing. I mean, it's fairly obvious. Crusaders knows what they're doing here. If they take out Milk, there is no res. Every pick they count from there on is an actual pick. There's no chance of it getting res unless she comes back in time. Which it seems to be working out for them because they take her out first. Pluto does get the pulse bomb off the Void Knight. Res does go off. However, now it's going to be down for 30 seconds, leaving them at a disadvantage. 5-star again, popping his ult, going in, getting a 2-piece. Chillfish clearing it up. Void Knight popping ult as well to secure his team. However, they did use 2 ults that fight. Crusaders could be in for trouble coming up in this last fight, as we do see 3 ults, almost 4 up on the side of Wilson. If they can make it back in time, they have 10 seconds. If they can make it back in time, they can fight this. However, it all depends on what Zombie Mario and Chillfish do here. If they bomb right now, if they keep that bomb out and just use it properly, they can win this. They do touch point, bomb goes out, fails to secure anything, but does break shield, as we see Farah looking for that ult, going to come in from behind them, going in, securing 1 almost. Almost secures 2 before he goes down. A 3v3 scenario. Milk does get the res off on the Rex Battler, and we are going to see a very even fight. Both Mercy's popping res. However, Pluto and Eyeshot taking down the picks that they need. It's going to be a 2v4 scenario, and it looks like Crusaders is going to lose the fight. They have 30 seconds here, but they don't have any ults. No team has ults except for the only ult that is going to be up here in time is going to be Eyeshot's Visor, which is going to be massive if he plays it properly. The only problem is we need to focus on RKs and Chillfish. RKs and Chillfish need to focus on Eyeshot. If they don't, then it's going to spell disaster for their team, especially if Zombie Mario and Tidex are caught up in the fray. We are going to see them going in, trying to touch the point, engaging. Mercy does go down, but they do counter it with 2 picks of their own. 2v5 here, 4v5 here, make that 4v4, 3v4. Zombie Eyeshot does pull the ult, like I said, taking down 2. 5-star tries to make up for it with Milk. They do cap the point. It's only a 2v2, or yeah, 2v2. They do get Soldier. It's just Pluto. Now all they have to do is stall. If they can take Pluto out, but it doesn't matter. Pluto does get the pick off on the 5-star. They have to play careful here. If they don't, this is going to be really bad. Chillfish going down, but Mercy does get back in time. Can Mercy pull off the res fast enough? She does. She gets 5-star at 5-star. 69 to ult. He can get it in time here if he plays properly. The ult coming out from RKs, securing multiple, but not getting any picks. Dexter securing the 2K as the Crusaders does their best to retake the point, but they fail. They ultimately fail to take the point, and the first map, after a long, hard-fought battle, is going to go to Wilson. And as we see on the cams, Wilson is freaking out, super happy that they just won that. I'm sure Crusader realizes that they stand a really, really high chance here if they play properly. Wilson going absolutely nuts over the play of the game. We probably don't want to hide play of the game. Once this is over, we're going to show you guys the teams in full. They were going absolutely insane over that. Very close, very hard fought. It could have gone either way, really. But as we do see, it's going to go in this favor of Wilson. And this next map, if I remember correctly, this should be King's Row. If I remember correctly, this is not their favorite map, which is going to be pretty good for Crusaders. So we are about to see where it's going to go. But after a slight intermission, we'll be right back. Welcome back, everyone, to LC Esports, the finals here at UNA. We do have the second match coming up on Kings Row between Wilson Dreamland Warriors and LC Crusaders, and as we saw, last match was a very close one. It could have gone either way, so I'm kind of looking forward to seeing something a little bit different here. I really want this to be a 3-2 from either team. I want one team to at least have 2 maps under their belt. I want both teams to have at least 2 maps under their belt. I want this to be a hard-fought victory, and I hope the same is going to be said for the finals when it actually comes up. So this is going to be a very interesting match. We see 17 seconds on the clock until we actually do see what they are running. My guess is we're going to see a dive comp come from Wilson if they're on attack, and we're going to see a brawl comp come from Crusaders, which is typically their favorite comps to run. However, Dexter does play mainly Reinhardt, as far as I can tell. We're going to see the opposite, actually. We're going to see a dive comp come from Crusaders, who's currently on attack, and a brawl comp come from Wilson, who is on defense. Okay, so yeah, that's kind of what I thought it was going to happen. It's going to be a little bit reversed. So, we do see Dexter in spots for map on the double shields, which is going to be interesting against the dive comp. However, it actually looks like Crusaders is going to swap back to the Reinhardt pick here. Instead of sticking with the Winston, they are going to be swapping back, which may or may not work. They're going to set up a TP. Wilson will set up a TP to the high ground to ensure that they can always have it. We're going to see iShot and Pluto playing the same thing they were last time, pretty much. The Soldier and the Symmetra. Dexter spots from out on the Reinhardt and Orisa. Milk and Rex Battle, and the same thing they were, the Mercy and the Baptiste, or the Mercy and the Brig. As for Crusaders, already securing the pick off into iShot, however, is going to go with Rez. Rez is going to be down for 30 seconds now. All they have to do is push in, which is exactly what they're doing. Crusaders taking the high ground immediately with their push. They take down Dexter. Rez is down. There's nothing they can do. However, they are really low due to their low healing output. They are going to get that 1 pick, but it doesn't matter as 2 are going to go down now to iShot and Zpluo, who secure a 2-piece. Make that a 2-piece per. It's just a 2v6 now, or 2v4 now. Crusaders going to have to back up and regroup, and they lost the fight. They had the advantage, but it got turned around by those lucky picks, or really, I wouldn't say lucky, those really well-placed picks from the side of Wilson. 5-star does get pulled over there into the Fire Strike to get Dexter a little bit more ult. It looks like iShot is now going to hold the high ground. RK swapping from Reinhardt to Winston, but they don't have enough heals for the Winston right now. They are going to try and engage here, waiting for Pluo's ult to go down before they do so. Zombie Mario taking out Pluo. Rez is back up, but they have to prevent it from going off. They don't. It comes out 30 seconds to Rez, and Pluo, Zombie Mario getting taken out by iShot. A 5v5 scenario here. Or it's about to be a 5v5 scenario, as we are going to see... well, never mind. It's a 4v6 scenario, as we see Wilson continue cleaning up. Taking down 4 there. Crusaders are going to have to back up once again. They're just not really playing grouped up enough. And when they are playing grouped up, they're a little bit too grouped up, if that makes sense. Like, just then, one of them was on the far side of point, and the rest of their team was either back or on the high ground, and they just played so separated that it was easy for Wilson to make those target picks and take them out. We're going to see iShot backing up as he gets just absolutely decimated there by like 2 nades from 5-star. Void Knight popping beat, really good beat there as Crusaders is going to push in, taking down 2. Rez can't save 2. We are going to see Rez try to come out, however, he does go down to 5-star. Pluo, or iShot, ulting up top, dropping down into the Diva, and goes down. His ult not securing anything. Rex Battler, which is, I believe, Matt, coming in, trying to hold the point, but he's going to go down himself, not stalling much. Reinhardt is waiting for his team to get back before he goes in. He does have ult up already, so if they don't place their shield properly here, this is about to be a 6K. But it looks like they are going to play a little bit back. Crusaders getting the point. 3 minutes and 57 seconds on the clock. Wilson is going to be looking to regroup and engaging. Sim ult popping. Primal also going out as they look to make the engagement onto Wilson. Far ult getting popped in the corner. I think that was a fat finger there by Zombie Mario. We aren't going to be seeing many picks, but so much damage going out. Bomb going out as well, failing to secure anything. 5-star, though, coming in the back with his tire, taking out 2, make that 4 as their team just absolutely cleans up Wilson. Finally, iShot does get the pick, but it doesn't matter as it gets rezzed. Only 1 person is on the point, though, and that could be really bad. RK is getting the 2-piece there as well. It looks like they are going to be moving people back to stay on the point. They need to keep the push aggressive, though. If they don't do that, they're not going to have the high ground or the the further ground that they need. We are going to see 5-star here, peeking the top, looking to do some damage. However, Pluo knows he's there and is looking to get that engagement. However, he's not going to. Zombie Mario also looking to engage. However, Wilson has all of their alts minus Doomfist, which is going to certainly spell disaster as Pluo here gets behind them. RK's taking down Dexter. Pluo going in, trying to take out Mercy. Mercy flies away, gets taken out by Pluo, but it doesn't matter as Wilson is going to be down 3. They do get the ult off onto one of them. D-macking D.Va here as Dexter goes into their back line. Can they secure this pick off onto Dexter before he can get the 2? It doesn't look like they can, and Dexter's going to come in with a cleanup onto Void Knight and Chillfish. If Crusaders there had just decided to target Reinhardt there instead of their DPS in the front, then I think that could have turned out really differently. It's just, I don't know, their targeting is a little bit whack compared to Wilson. Wilson is very good about narrowing down a single target and making the call to take that person out. However, Crusaders kind of doesn't do that, and Reinhardt popping ult, taking on 3, but a massive beat coming out by Void Knight. Zombie Mario helping to take out Dexter as they try and get the heals off. Milk coming out with Valken, getting the res, and Dexter is going to continue on the push, having to back up. Pluo taking down Tide. Zombie Mario trying to get out, failing as he goes down. Pluo in the back, taking out Void Knight, trying to take out D.Va as well. iShot getting the kill off onto Arcades, and again, it's just going to be another wiping cleanup by Wilson. Junkrat also going to go down here as he does get staggered away from his team, and another forced regroup for Crusaders. Another forced regroup from Crusaders. If only my lisp didn't come out at the worst of times. We are going to see we're going to see iShot and Milk pushing the back, looking for an easy engage, but they do back up as their team is going down. Arcades with the 2-piece. Void Knight taking out spots for Matt. 4 now down, 5 now down on the side of Wilson. 1 does get rezzed, leaving for a team wipe. Can they get the team wipe in time? No, they cannot. Dexter coming in, getting the 3-piece with the ult, but failing to secure mini picks except for Void Knight. But that does get rezzed. However, it is going to be down now for 30 seconds. So we'll be back up in the final fight of the match. Or at the end of the final fight. We're going to see Brig popping ult to engage here. 5-star popping ult as well to try and counter. Taking down spots for Matt. Pluo ulting on top of him. 2 down on the side of Crusaders. 1 down on the side of Wilson. iShot popping ult as well. Helping clean up Zombie Mario and Void Knight. Looking also to take out Mercy, which is exactly what he does. Gets Tidex right down. Now focusing on Chill. However, he does get a little bit over aggressive. 14 seconds on the clock. 2 meters to go. They're not going to be able to touch here. And it looks like with only 1 point capped, I think this is going to go to Wilson here. At least till they obviously attack. It depends on if they get held back or not. Yeah, they failed to touch, so 1 point, 111 meters for Crusaders, and we are going to see Wilson now here having to push against Crusaders. If Crusaders can manage to play a little bit more defensively while also maintaining their momentum, I think they'll be able to pull this off fairly easily. It just depends if they can get the picks and not make any mistakes. The precision that goes into Wilson targeting and calling out and rotating as a group, it's just a little bit above the rest of the teams in the tournament. And if Crusaders can counteract that and make up for it in their ability to play as a team, I honestly think they could easily take this home. But again, that just depends if they can hold out for 4 minutes on the first point, or if they can hold out for however long on this before the first point or before the second point's capped. All right, we are going to see a very interesting comp on both sides. iShot swapping to Bastion, Pluo on the Sim. Sim obviously is the mainstay here. Dexter and Spotsman on a double shield. They are looking to teleport up top with iShot and rain down from above. However, little do they know, Crusaders also has their own Bastion. The question is, how are they going to set up? Knowing that they're definitely going to probably TP up top, setting up below them doesn't seem like the greatest idea. They probably should have taken the high ground here. Had they done that, they probably would have an easier time combating this, but there's still a chance they can survive it. There's a chance. I want to be hopeful. We are going to see Zombie Mario still not set up. iShot doing exactly what I thought, TPing up top, their entire team dropping from the top ropes here. iShot raining down above onto Diva, onto Zombie Mario, getting the 2-pick, not really securing it, but doing all the damage. Chillfish taking down spots for Matt. iShot just absolutely cleaning up. Looking like a full-on scale invasion here as they get a team wipe in the first 30 seconds of the round. Insane plays there by Wilson. The Crusaders clearly wasn't expecting it, and they're going to do the exact same thing here as they set up top. It's setting up for an easy push. All they have to do is get that shield off onto iShot, and easy wins. iShot does go in, trying to secure the picks off onto someone, doing a lot of damage, not securing really anything here. It looks like he's going to go down himself, doing a lot of damage, but not getting anything. He does get the res off, trying to hide behind the shield. He does get Rex Battler as he comes back alive. Never mind, that was Zombie Mario taking down Matt as he came back alive. Dexter clearing that out by taking out Void Knight, making it a little bit more even. And it looks like Sim Alt is going to come straight out alongside tank configuration, engaging onto their team, taking out 2, make that 3 here in just a second. And it looks like, again, iShot pulling out the 3-piece, trying to set up once again. And Zombie Mario is going to have to back out, but he's going to get engaged by the entirety of Wilson. 4 people from Wilson chasing Zombie Mario, staggering him so hard. It's looking like it's going to be a rough time for him to get back, with iShot setting up once again on the high ground. Insane plays from Wilson here, and Crusaders just does not know what to do against it. Nothing's working. They are going to take out Tide and 5-star instantly. 2, 3 already down. Can they do even more? They are. They're going to take Orisa. 4-piece from iShot in tank. 5, wiping out the entire team by himself. Wilson takes home the second map. I don't know what to say there. I'm kind of lost for words. I think this play of the game is going to say everything that I possibly could. Let's just let it play. Getting the 5K. Getting the 5K by himself. Absolutely insane. Their team is just so good at playing around one another. They did play the cheese, Bastion comp with 2 shields and a sim, and the Bastion, obviously. But honestly, that was just something. That the amount of coordination that requires, and the fact that they were able to pull that off so well is impressive. Especially when Crusaders was the biggest threat to their sovereignty. When it came to being first place in the tournament. Obviously, they are right behind them. Actually, I think they're tied right now in terms of standing points-wise. So, again, 2-0 right now. They need one more win. Wilson needs one more win to take home the winner's bracket. However, there's still a chance that LC Crusaders could bring this back and reverse wipe them. So while we are waiting really quickly for the teams to be ready, we're going to hop to a slight intermission, and you'll get to see them once again. Welcome back, everyone. We're going to be hopping into the third map, Route 66, between Wilson Dreamland Warriors and LC Crusaders. As I said last time, if Wilson does take home this map, then they win their first match in the winner's bracket. However, if Crusaders does manage to win this, they have 2 more maps to challenge themselves to take home this first win. The question is, can they do it? I believe they can if they can, just bring back what they're doing and just work around what Wilson normally does, which is the whole main, point of Overwatch in the first place, just countering your opponent. And they do that really well a lot of the time. However, there are some points, such as last one, where they didn't really swap anything up at all to counter the Bastion properly and the double shield properly. Which, I mean, they could have done like a Sombra. The Far wasn't really working. They could have done the Junkrat. I mean, there's so many things they could have done targeting the Bastion and the shields to decimate them. And they just managed to fail it and not do it. And right here, I mean, there's so much room for potential. However, they are swapping up very heavily. 5-star and Zombie Mario, their typical DPS are going to be both on support. RKs and Void Knight, typically a tank and support, are going to be on DPS. And Tydex, typically a Mercy. The Resident Mercy player is going to be on tank. So this is going to be very interesting here for them to try and take home because they're playing off roles mostly. We do see iShot and Pluo playing Soldier and Hanzo. Dexter and Spots for Matt playing both shield tanks. Milk and Rex Battler both, again, Mercy Brig. Low support. On the side of Crusaders, we have Arcades and Void Knight playing Reaper and Cassidy. Tidex and Chillfish playing Diva. And Hammond, 5-star, and Mario playing Lucio and Baptiste. No picks as of yet. We're going to see Crusaders going in immediately, trying to get those boops with the ball rolling, the grapple. They are going to engage the Soldier there, failing to secure anything. Dexter does take out Arcades as Tydex takes out Spots. 5v5 here. There is no res on the side of Crusaders, which means if they go down, there's no second chance here. They have to just pull it off. 5-star's going to continue pushing the point before getting stunned by Matt, and it looks like he's going to try to get out, but he's at 1 HP. He doesn't get the heals, but he does manage to secure himself, his life, and get out. Immediately already, Pluo popping dragons already. 1 minute in, has it up. Faster than anyone else. The closest one is 70. Insane. Well, iShot has it at 80. We are going to see Chillfish going in, trying to do some damage off onto iShot. However, iShot does have that Mercy Pocket, which is going to allow him to do so much damage. Pluo does get the headshot off onto Arcades, preventing another push from Crusaders. There's not really much they can do here. They don't have their main tank plays. There's really no damage being thrown out. There's not really much being done. No moves being made on the side of Crusaders. And if they're not careful, that could spell disaster for them. There's no one contesting the Soldier in the back with the Mercy. The damage boost doing so much damage off onto Crusaders. We do see Junkrat going in, trying to do something. However, he is alone, and he is probably going to go down here. Tydex does get the kill off onto Rex Battler. Pluo taking down Immortality. It's going to be a... Oh, help. I was going to say it's going to be a 6v5, but looks not. Wilson does turn it around, securing a 2-piece there. It's going to be a 5v4. Gonna be 4v4. Chillfish taking down Spots for Matt. Doesn't matter though. Milk secures the pick off onto Tydex, and again, pick after pick, just uneven as it goes back and forth and back and forth. Chillfish taking out Milk. Massive pick there. Now all they have to do is secure the DPS, and if they can do that, then they don't really have much damage to worry about, and they can manage to take it out. We do see Chillfish there trying to take out Soldier. However, he's going to have to back up as Hanzo does come to save the day. Dragons again going out over onto point, not securing anything, but splitting the team up. Tydex getting Rex Battler. However, Mercy is going to be back here in just a second and can get the res on that if they play it properly. Wilson's holding this high ground. Pluo taking out Arcades once again. No res. iShot popping all... The massive beat there, 5-star coming out as well with the bomb, taking down 2. Both Pluo and Spots for Matt go down. However, iShot cleans it up by taking out Tydex as well. Zombie Mario almost as well going down. However, Immortality comes out, saving his life. He does back up. He has his ult here. Can he pop it in time in a useful way? Doesn't look like he can. iShot and Arcades engaging each other. iShot nearly goes down. Mercy getting to him just in time to save his life. And it looks like Wilson is going to be back here. Orisa still on the way. However, 5v6 scenario. We do see Sigma coming out as well, looking to secure something, failing to do much at all. Pluo taking down Arcades. 5v6, once again, Tydex losing mech. There's not much they can do. I mean, they're just going to keep staggering in, and they keep getting picks, but failing to do anything with them. Dexter takes out 5-star, followed by iShot taking out Tydex. 2 down inside the Crusaders with only 20 seconds to go. 7 seconds still on the clock for their respawn timer. About 4 seconds for them to get back. Kessie does throw his flashbang, but fails to secure any picks as he almost goes down. And Immortality barely saving his life there. Almost the entirety of Crusaders is low HP. Wilson has 2 ults, still using Valk, while Crusaders only has 2 with 3 coming up. However, 1 does go down there thanks to Pluto getting the pick off onto Void Knight. Pluto with the 3-piece, getting a double bomb onto Mario and Arcades, failing to touch the point. Crusaders is going to not manage to get the first tick. Now it all boils down to whether or not Crusaders can hold Wilson here, the Wilson Dreamland Warriors here for 4 minutes or not. And if they can't do that, they will be going to the loser's bracket. We are going to be probably doing a slight change to the bracket system as well that I should probably address here soon. Initially, we were going to be doing a bracket reset in the loser's bracket so that the team in the loser's bracket already has a chance of not getting eliminated. They have to play 2 rounds if they do. However, I think I'm talking with some of the production, and I think we may stick with how we did it last semester, which means everyone pretty much is going to have 1 life from here on out. Unless we decide to do a bracket reset in the winner's bracket, which if you're playing, that may be good for you. If you're not playing right now, that may be bad for you. But we are going to see some swaps on both sides. iShot pulling out the Genji once again, swapping off the Soldier. Pluto going Sombra. Haven't really seen him do that much. However, I'm very interested to see how it's going to play out. Dexter spots from Matt once again on the double shield tank, which isn't really going to work very well with iShot. However, it may work with the Sombra if they play properly. Sorry. Whew. Yawning for some reason. Takes it all out of me. Milk and Rex Battler, we're actually going to see some pretty high healing output here with the Mercy and the Ana, which I can see why they're running the Ana, because they do have iShot with the Genji Blade, and that's going to be pretty good for cleaning up team fights. However, we are going to see immediately Sombra almost taking out Bastion there. Now they know they have that. It's going to be a little bit harder. They are going to be running the Bastion comp with the single shield, not double shield, with Hog in the front line, trying to take him out. Chillfish does go down. However, Tydex cleans it up by taking out Sponsor. The entire Crusaders team is purpled. Mercy trying to get the res, does get the res off on Arcades. However, it doesn't matter. iShot securing the 2-piece off on the Crusaders is going to be a 4v6 here for them. Insane play there by Matt, Rex Battler, with that anti, taking out 4 of them. Arcades trying to take out the shield, failing to secure so as he rotates back into the enemy, and he does go down. Hook fails to connect. Genji again. Whew, I need more caffeine. Genji again, taking out the 2-piece, getting the Mercy, getting the picks they need. Chillfish does secure Milk, which means Rez is going to go down. However, Genji's going to pop their ult. iShot popping ult, looking to secure whatever picks he can. And it looks like, with that said, Wilson is going to take home the 3rd point. Route 66, undefeated here. They've only lost 1 game so far this semester, and that was against the Crusaders. So I'm sure we were all hoping that it would be turned around. However, as we just saw, that is not going to be the case. Flo here with this absolutely insane 4K. I think it was a 4K. Takes out Void Knight, gets the double stick off onto Mario and Arcades there. And then follows it up, I believe, with the kill off onto Lucio as well. And we are going to see another win there by Wilson, who are going to stay in the winner's bracket, while what just happened there? Lauderdale County is going to have to go and face Rogers. And now, after that, we are going to hop to a slight intermission. Welcome back, everyone. We are back once again with the second match of the losers bracket. We did see Rogers eliminated Adrenaline last time, and then Wilson won against Crusaders, and now we're going to see Crusaders and the Marauders go against one another in their last-ditch attempt to make it back into the finals and go against Wilson once and for all. And we're kind of hoping that it swaps things up a little bit here. I want to see something happen that's unique. Last time, we obviously saw the Crusaders and Wilson end up in the finals together. And I want to see whatever team plays best win. However, I'm also very interested in seeing Rogers going against Wilson, which is not something we've seen since they have developed some new techniques. Which may sound a little bit biased from me. Oh, well, we have a lever. We had this problem. Great. But either way, it may sound a little bit biased from me, considering I'm an LC alum myself. But this could go either way. Both teams are kind of evenly matched. The main difference being the fact that Lauderdale does have they have PC players, whereas Rogers is pretty much entirely console players, which means that realistically, Lauderdale is going to have a slight advantage over Rogers in that department. However, as much as I want to say that Crusaders is kind of undefeated in terms of DPS besides Wilson, I honestly think Mister and McDangle make a better DPS duo than Zombie Mario and 5-Star. Not saying Zombie Mario and 5-Star are bad by any means, but Mister and McDangle just so happen to work the best together. In terms of tanks, though, I think that RKs and Chillfish are probably the best tank duo in the game, in the tournament. No offense again to Ronnie Ryan or Daddy, but RKs and Chillfish are just always so in sync for the majority of their plays. So we are going to have to pop to a slight intermission, as it seems one player is having some troubles. And we'll be right back once that's over. All right, welcome back, everyone. I think we have the problem situated. One of the players, for some reason, was kicked out of the match, and their game was just giving them a problem, and they couldn't join back, so we had to get that situated. However, we are going to hop into this first match. 22 seconds until we can see their heroes. I expect it to be a brawl comp on the side of Rogers and a dive comp on the side of Wilson on the side of Crusaders. However, we saw that I was kind of wrong on that last time, so I'm very curious what they're going to run. No, I think I was mostly right. Crusaders is going to be swapping to a brawl comp themselves. I think it's going to be best that McDangle and Mister stay on the Genji Junkrat, because it always works for them. The only problem is that Crusaders are going to have the pharmacy combo, which is going to be absolutely unstoppable if they don't have a hit scan, which could be really bad for them. And Junkrat, obviously, isn't a very good hit scan unless you can air snipe people. So it's going to be something to behold if they actually do manage to take out Zombie Mario, unless he plays closer to the ground. Running Ryan and Daddy obviously running the Reinhardt Zarya. Good combo, especially with the Junkrat and the Genji. Very good, very good. Crusaders immediately pushes on a point. Mister again going right in behind them. Doesn't matter though, 5-star, proving himself, trying to prove himself to be the better Junkrat as he takes down Mister. 5v6 scenario here. Arcades does push in, gets the pin, fails to secure a pick as McDangle goes down to 5-star. There's so high of a percentage of a chance that Rogers can win this. All they have to do here is just play like they've been playing. You know, they don't need to look at Crusaders and be like, wow, they're better. We need to change it up. Their comp should work here. The only thing is they do need a hit scan for Zombie Mario, which, in my opinion, should definitely be McDangle on the Cassidy, which is what we see him doing right now. However, we might also want to see a Reaper come out from Mister, who already has his ult, mind you. Arcades also has Shatter up already. Insane plays by both of them. The fact that they're already almost up. Ana as well, Burrito Mommy, coming out with the 83% already to Nano, 87 now to Nano, and we've only been in the game for 60 seconds now. We're going to see the Rogers Marauders pushing the right side of their flank. Crusaders getting taken down. 5-star goes down. Arcades does clean it up by taking out Burrito Mommy as well, meaning they're down to support. Arcades coming in for the 2-piece, looking for a third, but it does get canceled out by Running Ryan. But Running Ryan gets ulted on by Chillfish. Rez goes out on the side of Crusaders, getting up 5-star, who takes out Tiebreaker. And it looks like, just again, Crusaders is going to come in for a clean sweep. Now, once again, it's just going to be a matter of Crusaders cleaning up these last few picks before they can return. We are going to see Mister go in, but go down, as he does get behind them, eventually having to sneak up behind them. One thing I should point out as well is the fact that Crusaders has up every single ult except for the one they used last fight, which was Hull Hog. Cassidy all comes out from McDangle, can't secure anything, gets a 4K. McDangle taking out both supports and both DPS. The question is, can they get the picks off onto Arcades? Arcades is very low. He is going to rotate around for the shield, for the health pack, but he does get it. He's going to have to back out. Chillfish and him going in by themselves. He is anti, but he does have his ult, and he could use this if he plays it carefully, but he's going to do everything he can to hold the point a little bit longer, even though they do lose it. Ult coming out from 5-star, securing one. Arcades getting another. Zombie Mario, 3 ults going out, securing 1 pick each. May have not been worth it. Now we are going to see Mister popping his ult a little bit too far back for it to do much. However, he is going to go in, looking to get 2, and he does. He gets Tidex and Arcades, both going down. 88% on the clock. They have to get in and prevent this point from being stalled any longer. McDangle taking out 5-star, but it doesn't matter. 5-star does manage to secure the pick off on a Mister. Now it's a 2v2, a support versus DPS. The rest of Rogers is on their way. Chillfish using his ult, but he gets slept. Massive sleep there by Burrito Mommy, canceling out the ult from Hog, as we are going to see Rogers fighting on the point, taking it, as we, Lauderdale County Crusaders pushes in, gets all antied again by Burrito Mommy. The plays here on the support, absolutely insane. Taking out Tidex, Rez is now down, both supports down on the side of Crusaders, and it's just another cleanup job for Marauders. Can they secure these last 2 picks before they get out, or can they not? And it looks like those are going to manage to get their way out of the map, get their way out of the fight before they could get taken out. However, we do see Mister nearly getting taken out there by Zombie Mario, but he does back up in time to get some support. I think we already know what the play of the game is going to be, and might I add, that flank there by Cassidy, by McDangle, was absolutely insane. Can he do it again? He is, but he's going to get hooked out of it, and he's going to go down. It's a 5v6 now. Although almost the entirety of Crusaders is low. Mr. at 47, now 50% of all. Running Ryan already has Shatter. Mr. backing out, looking to engage, gets caught by RK's ult, but RK's goes down, getting taken out by Running Ryan as Running Ryan tries to also take out Hog. Fails, but he does secure it, actually. I thought he was going to get out, but he doesn't. And now it's going to be a full-on situation where Rogers has to try and stall for the point here, but they are going to go down as they get to 86%. Now, they need to try and stall in overtime, or else their team's not going to make it back, and it looks like that's going to be that. The first point of the first map goes to Lauderdale County Crusaders. Very close call. If they hadn't used every ult there in their ability, that probably would have gone very, very differently. I realize now that I need to widen my vocabulary a little bit. I seem to be describing plays as absolutely insane. You know, every time, without fail. Kind of like how I always use the word obviously, or there's a few others. I'm sure you've heard me use the same words over and over again. I need to expand my vocabulary a little bit. We're not going to see too many swap-ups, but we will see McDangle swapping off of the Cassidy onto the Echo. Massive play there, but they don't have the Mercy to follow it up. And that's going to be insane because 5-star is Torbjorn, and they're also going to have the Pharmacy on the side of Crusaders, which is going to probably prevent a lot of pushes from being made in the air by McDangle. So they're really going to be relying on his ult more so than his actual damage output. It looks like Crusaders is going to be running something a little bit more divey with Chillfish swapping to Winston, RK swapping to Hog. We are going to see Chillfish or Zombie Mario going in instantly, nearly getting taken out by Echo, trying to back up as Echo tries to secure the pick. Turret is going to be set up in the backside of point. Reinhardt charging in, getting Void Knight. Now they just prevent Rez. 3 going down on the side of Crusaders as 1 goes down for Rogers. But it doesn't matter. Rez does go out, but Mercy does end up going down ultimately at the end. It's a very even fight here. 5v4. All they have to do now, since Rogers did take the point there, 11% already on the clock. All they have to do is hold it here while their team retreats, or regroups, I should say, onto the point. We did see that Roadhog did just burst Zarya's bubble, which means Zarya is probably mostly full charge. We also see RK's here looking for a hook over in the left side of point, trying probably to get a hook into the point. Probably going to get Junkrat here if he's careful, and he does, but he misses the shot. But he does come back, cleaning it up very quickly. A fight is going on. Zombie Mario taking out Running Ryan. Most people down on the side of Rogers. Make that 3. Daddy comes in, taking out Mercy. Rez does go out, though, so it's not going to be too beneficial. Roadhog gets booped in by Tiebreakers. Tiebreaker pops beat, looking to stall point while his team gets back. We are going to see McDangle at alt 70%, trying to escape the Winston, but fails. Winston is going to Primal Rage in the back of the team, trying to hold them. However, Rogers already did make it to 52%, and that's going to be massive for them if they want to make it again. They've already got half of the point. All they need is another take and do that one more time. We are going to see Mr. also pulling his ult out. Is he going to get something? He does. He gets both supports down. That's going to turn the tide of the fight. We do see Zombie Mario retreating off to the left side. He does have ult coming up here soon. He's already at 70% almost. McDangle taking out Chillfish, trading for Burrito Mommy. 1 for 1 down right now. If they can just engage, they are going to be down. Although, it looks like Rogers doesn't have much healing anymore. They have the Zenyatta and the Lucio over the Ana. Zenyatta's ult could be really good here against certain ults, such as Visor and Roadhog ult. However, Roadhog did just swap to Reinhardt. So, there it goes. It pops out whenever his team gets low, trying to save Running Ryan here, and that's exactly what he does. Running Ryan getting back up. He does have his ult. McDangle on his way back with Copy as well. Can they hold it? Charges come out for RKs, taking out Running Ryan. 1 for 1. Turret takes out 2. Getting a 2-piece with the turret as they try and clean up. They do manage to take out Burrito Mommy here. They need more heals. Right now, Zenyatta and Lucio is not going to cut it for what they're trying to run. They need that Ana once again with the Lucio. That's probably their best play here. If they run that, I'm sure they could very easily take this home. Running Ryan charging straight in, getting Zombie Mario. Does Crusaders have res? They sure do. They use it. Echo coming out, getting the Shatter. 2 going down for Mister's Mine. A 3rd coming out as well as he takes down Void Knight prior to it. Shatter coming out, getting 3 of them. 5-star going down thanks to 5-star and Tidex going down thanks to it. However, Soldier does escape for just a few more seconds as the entirety of Rogers converges on his point. And now they take out Turret, cap the point. 17 seconds to go. Can they take this first point? Crusaders looking to regroup here. They have 13 seconds to actually be able to do something. Arcade's already in his ult. Chillfish at ult. Mr. popping ult. That could be massive. He comes out. Does get Arcade's. Res is still down, but it's on its way back out as he does get popped. They do get the res off, so it's going to be a 5v5. However, res is going to be down for the rest of the fight. Every ult coming out from the side of Crusaders. Massive ult there by Tiebreakers. They pop beat, but it doesn't last too long as Zombie Mario does secure the pick off into Mister and McDangle, falling for a two-piece. Chillfish taking out Burrito Mommy. 3 down. Tiebreaker gets the push off onto Void Knight, but goes down himself to a 4-piece there, thanks to Zombie Mario. It looks like Crusaders is going to probably take this point for at least a little bit longer. And I'm sure they're hoping to cap it at 99. The only problem there is we did see almost every ult that was on the board get popped. Arcades has Shatter up, and Mercy almost has Valk. However, no other ults are even remotely near being ready to go. If Rogers can get in and do some damage before they engage, they are going to have Transcendence. However, Mister goes down immediately. Burrito Mommy getting taken out by Tydex. It is already going to be 2 down. However, Running Ryan gets the charge off of Tydex, engaging with Winston with his Lucio, trying to take him down, gets him super low. But can they secure the pick? They cannot, as Winston is going to jump away here in just a second. He does get charged, though, and he is going to go down. Reinhardt and Lucio teaming up as they try to push. However, Arcades does take out Running Ryan, 5-star McDangle, but Tiebreaker with the massive boop, taking out 2 Arcades and Void Knight. Void Knight, Burrito Mommy popping Transcendence, looking to save our team. Mercy coming in, trying to get the res as well, but it's not going to have time before the entirety of Rogers converges. Winston already on the way back. Before I just take out Burrito Mommy, and it looks like it's going to be a very even game. Right now, they're entirely hinged on Runny Ryan getting Shatter up as soon as possible. McDangle's not even remotely clear. There's not much they can do. Shatter goes up, stopping Runny Ryan in his tracks as he falls into the middle. Arcade's getting a 2-piece there as it looks like Crusaders is going to clean up and take the first point home. Again, a hard-fought map here. I don't think the score shows exactly how close that was. Both times, that could have gone either way. It may be a 2-0 here, but that was insane from both teams. And we are going to see this absolutely massive ult come out from McDangle, securing 4 right off the bat, clearing out the team and allowing them to take the point. No one turns. Takes at 4, goes for the hog, doesn't clean those up, but his team does, and they win. Or they win the fight. They lose the point, but they win the fight. Alrighty, and after a short intermission, we will be right back. Alrighty, and we're back. Both teams are ready, running in to King's Row. This is the map that so far has been fairly decisive First map's always been close. The last two have been pretty much a decimation on one side of the point. They do, obviously, look a little bit closer. However, only one team, I believe, has made it all the way through, and that was the first one against Adrenaline and Rogers. Now, I believe Rogers is going to be on the attack, and knowing them, I'm going to make a guess, and it's going to be the opposite of it, but I'm going to say they're going to run Brawl here. As for Lauderdale County, I'm not sure exactly what they're going to do. I believe they're defense here. If that's the case, then they're definitely going... No, they're actually attacks. So they're going to be the ones running Brawl. They're going to be the ones running Dive, and we're going to see Rogers actually running Brawl. They're going to have Mister on the Ash, which is going to be fairly handy when it comes to taking out, especially like Zombie Mario. Taking out Zombie Mario and Arcades whenever they dive in. The only problem is Mister's got to have some good placement. If they don't have good placement, it's not going to work out in their favor. So, we'll see how that goes. However, Mister does swap off onto the Ash. Genji staying the same for McDangle. Running Ryan and Daddy doing the Zarya Reinhardt or Reinhardt Zarya combo. And again, very, very low heals on the side of Rogers, which is probably very dangerous for them considering they're going up against Dive. They're doing the Lucio Zenyatta strat. It was working for the most part, but I honestly think the Lucio Ana is probably their best bet. We're going to see Chillfish immediately going in, trying to secure a pick, but almost goes out immediately. RK is getting dashed through by McDangle. Chillfish trying to disrupt the back line. However, the entirety of Rogers charges backwards, looking to take them out. However, Chillfish is going to completely just go out of the back of the map, trying to get the sneak attack here. Ash is going to be holding the high ground. Mister is going to be holding the high ground, getting the dynamite off onto Void Knight, and Void Knight is going to go down thanks to it. Chillfish still trying to do some damage. RK's charging in, fails to secure anyone. Zombie Mario does take down Mister though, so it's 1 for 1 here. Genji going in, trying to take out Zombie Mario, but failing to hit the shots that he needs. And Running Ryan does get lost in the middle of the enemy as Chillfish comes in, trying their hardest to take out Burrito Mommy. And he does not get her. However, he does go down, or she does go down to Arcades, who gets a 2-piece, 3-piece now, taking out the enemy team and capping it with less than 1 minute gone. Or with 1 minute gone, I guess I should say. We are going to see Reinhardt charging in, trying to secure the point, but ultimately he's just going to waste his life as Void Knight gets the kill off onto him, and now he's going to be staggered just a little bit longer. Chillfish does go in, try and secure more damage in, just push him back a little bit. It works as they do back up. They are 1 down. Make that 2, make that 3 down now. Rogers needs to back up here and regroup. If they don't, they're probably going to end up giving Crusaders a little bit too much space. There's going to be so much momentum that it's not going to be worth much. Burrito Mommy predicting that Chillfish was going to come behind them. And that's exactly what he did. 5-star getting the pick off onto Daddy. Chillfish off onto Burrito Mommy. Zombie off onto Tiebreaker. 3 down on Rogers, and it looks like they're kind of just falling apart here. They don't know what to do. They need to get that Cassidy back, some kind of stun. They need more heals. They need a stun. They need something. Something. If they don't, then chances are Rogers is going to end up just crumbling to Crusaders, who has 3 ults up, almost 4 ults up. Rogers does have 3 up themselves with 2 more on the way. However, this fight's probably going to be a war of attrition, trying to see who can waste as little ults as needed to win the fight. 5-star Pobsall going in, going to secure 2 at least. McDangle and Runny Ryan both going down. We are going to see Lucio, Tiebreaker, trying to push in and hold the point, but he's going to have to ultimately back up as he gets taken out by 5-star. Chillfish taking out Mister, engaging Daddy as well, trying to take them out. However, it looks like Daddy's going to back up for just a second, trying to survive, but ends up ultimately walking off the map thanks to getting booped by Zombie Mario. And Burrito Mommy does use her ult there to save herself, which is not a bad call. Not a bad call at all. So long as she actually lives here, I think it's all worth it. But Zombie Mario has his ult, and he's coming behind them right now, looking to ult, and he does, getting 2, 3, makes that almost 4. Can he get the 4th? He doesn't, but Chillfish does clean it up for him. And again, Lauderdale County just playing in the enemy's front line. They're not even pushing the point. They just wasted 30 seconds not pushing the point. Mister nearly takes out Zombie Mario there, but Zombie Mario does manage to go behind the wall just in time. 5-star also getting anti, nearly going down. Burrito Mommy finally swapping back to the Ana that they needed to run to win this fight. RK's charging in behind Runny Ryan. That's not good for him as they now have beat. All he has to do is engage here, and that's exactly what he's going to do, but he does back out for some reason. Oh, that's Arcade's backing out. Whoops, my bad. Arcade's manages to get out of the fight somehow. Chillfish taking down Burrito Mommy with his ult. McDangle taking down Void Knight as well with his own ult. Chillfish again, just looking to do as much damage as he can. Running Ryan almost going down, charging into Chillfish, but he does ultimately go down. A nice charge up there by RKs onto Daddy before Daddy goes down, but he does pull off his ult onto the point. McDangle doing his hardest to get his ult back up so he can blade them. However, it looks like that's probably not going to happen as the rest of his team does go down. He's looking for a boop here. Tiebreaker's looking for a boop, but he does go down as well. All coming up from Void Knight, but they see 9 getting off the point. And with 3 minutes and 54 seconds to go, Crusader takes home the 3rd point. That was something. Rogers kind of ended up falling apart there at the end. Kind of just making the same mistake that Adrenaline made. They just kept kind of staggering in and just kind of doing not really their own thing, as they were working as a group, but they would just run into fights as a pair of 2 or a pair of 3 instead of backing up and waiting. And with Adrenaline's, or with Crusaders' like momentum, with the ball from Chillfish, there is just so much potential for Crusaders just to keep pushing and pushing and pushing until they couldn't anymore. Because they had so much survivability, they could get out super easily. And we're going to see something similar here now that they are on attack. We're going to see Zombie Mario and 5-star on the Bastion and the Junkrat. RKs and Chillfish on the Reinhardt and the Diva. Tidex and Void Knight on the Mercy and the Zenyatta. On the side of Rogers, we're going to have something similar as we see Mister and McDangle on the Bastion and Symmetra, taking a note out of Wilson's book here. Runny Ryan and Daddy on the Zarya Reinhardt combo, and Tiebreaker and Burrito Mommy on the Mercy Lucio. Now 30 seconds are gone. We're going to be hopping right into it. 3 minutes and 50 seconds already to go. Standard 4 minutes. Yeah, okay, Rogers just got a really nice fire strike there. Mister taking down RKs as well. Rez is up, however, they're not going to be able to push up that far. Zombie does manage to counter Mister, stopping Burrito Mommy from getting the Rez off. Diva's going to push up, trying to do some extra damage. Use that to maybe hopefully secure a pick. Zombie Mario holding a corner here so that he has a little bit more view than the enemy Bastion. What they really need to do is just TP him up top with a Sigma shield and just let him rain down on their foes. If they do that, I mean, they're going to be pulling the same thing I shot and the rest of Wilson did, and it worked so well in their favor. Tiebreaker does secure the pick off into Void Knight. Rez is going to go out, getting it up, and it's going to be down for 30 seconds now as he does pop Valk to make up for it as he tries to do some extra healing. Tiebreaker nearly going down as he does have Discord on him by Void Knight. Rogers popped Symmetra all there. However, probably wasn't the best placed one that he probably could have done. He probably could have pushed it on a point a little bit more. Again, Zombie Mario holding that corner. Junkrat walking around. 84 to ult, looking to get behind him. He does see Reinhardt, but Reinhardt gets stuck in the trap, trying to take out 5-star, but goes down. Beat comes out. 5-star popping ult, taking down 1, looking to get the second one onto Mister, and he does. Mister looks away at the wrong time, pulling out the 3-piece. He's at 1 HP and somehow lives throughout the fight. 1 minute and 30 seconds already down off of the clock. And not a single fight has been won yet on the side of Rogers. However, they've gotten very, very close. If they play their cards right, maybe use that teleporter that they have, and they did swap McDangle back to Junkrat, which may have been for the best. If they ran that, probably could have had a little bit higher of a chance if they teleport up top and just rain down, like I said. They just be able to do so much damage. Tank configuration is going to come up from Mister as he looks to get some kills. He's going to sit in. He got stuck on the wall, getting taken out by Chillfish's ult. Oh, no. Chillfish does get rezzed, popping mech back out. 2 down on the side of Rogers, it looks like. Now not. They got rezzed. Now it's just 1 as Mister does go down. Make that 2 now as both DPS go down to Zombie Mario. RK's popping ult, failing before getting counter-ulted by Runny Ryan. Runny Ryan charging in. 5-star going down as well. 2 now down on the side of Crusaders. They can easily push this. Rogers can easily push this if they manage to take out that Bastion. Tank configuration comes out, but Zarya grab comes out as well, preventing him from doing anything. And they are going to fight on point, taking out Baby Diva as well, trying to surround her. 4 down on the side of Crusaders, as 2 are down on the side of, well, 1 now as 1 got res. 1 down on the side of Rogers, as they look to cap this point. However, Baby Diva is going to come in and try and stall. And stall she does as she gets her mech back just in time. 5-star ulting, and no, he does get... Okay. They do break 5-star's ult there, and they are going to probably cap this point. However, Arcades pushes in, fails to secure pick there. McDangle taking down Chillfish. Rez coming out in the middle of them all. Ult coming out from McDangle, getting 2 of them, winning the fight. Burrito Mommy coming out with their ult as well, trying to secure the best they can. Zombie Mario, though, putting so much pressure on the enemy. If only they can stop it, but they can't. McDangle getting both DPS in his dying breath. Somehow, if there's a will, there's a way. And Rogers is going to take the first point with 3 minutes to cap the next 2. Oh, that was something. That was intense. That could have gone either way. And as we saw, like I said, if there's a will, there's a way. Rogers does manage to get the picks they need, even though McDangle, in his dying breath, shot a random grenade and took out both DPS, which easily just probably helped win that fight for them. They managed to actually take home the first point. Now we're just going to see Crusaders kind of staying back and trying to regroup as they can. And Zarya walking around the corner into Arcades. Arcades not getting a try. Oh, he does get Reinhardt. Bomb goes out. It's going to be more. A 3K coming up by Chillfish, taking out both supports and Daddy. Is now Lauderdale County looks to clean up the battlefield, taking out whoever they can. McDaniel does ult, however, it doesn't do anything as it gets taken down immediately. And a team wipe comes out by Crusaders. Whew. That was something. We are going to see Crusaders getting a little bit aggressive here as they push into the Marauders spawn. RK is getting a pick there, kind of staggering them a little bit. Hopefully they don't waste res on that. It looks like Genji is going to be alone, trying to pull some damage. However, he doesn't really do too much as the entirety of Rogers is very low. Yeah, Rogers loses 3-4 players there in an instant. And it looks like almost all of the alts are up on the side of Lauderdale County Crusaders. We do see Junkrat Tires up, Shatter's up, and so is Transcendence. Bastion's tank configuration's also almost up with both Diva Bomb and Valkyrie. More than 50% now, at 52 each, 53 each. We do, on the side of Rogers, not see as many alts up. We see Mister's Sombra Hack, or EMP up, as well as Tiebreaker's Beat. We do see Gravitron and Shatter coming up. EMP goes out, getting almost everyone, but there's nothing to follow it up with. They do manage to demech Chillfish, but that's really all they're able to do against them. Their entire team wasn't there. There wasn't much they could push with. Burrito does get the pick off onto Tydex, which does set them back a little bit if they can regroup in time. However, Diva is going to be behind Rogers. And RK's with the insane pin there onto Ronnie Ryan, taking him out. Once again, just cleaning up Rogers, pushing into their spawn, making sure they can engage. Genji at 66 to ult. Graviton is up, but he does go down. There's 30 seconds remaining. If he can get back in time, they can just Graviton with Dragon and win this. Arcade's pops his ult, getting Arcade's tank configuration comes out from Zombie Mario 2, getting taken out by 5-star. McDangle reflecting Bastion's ult back into 5-star before taking down Zombie Mario himself. Blade at 94. All they need is Graviton now. Void Knight uses Transcendence. The entire setup is here. There is no Transcendence. Blade comes out. Everything comes out. Chillfish ults. Can Genji get the picks he needs? He gets 2. Ronnie Ryan getting the pick off onto Arcades. Now it is just Diva trying to stall the point, and he is going to go down into overtime. Hopefully, if Reinhardt hits him. And Reinhardt does get that pick off. Crusaders is immediately going to be trying to come back here and stall the point. 5-star ready to get behind them and just start firing nades as best he can. Zombie Mario's pushed up a little bit too far. Can they get the pick off onto him? That's what they're going to try to do. However, he is going to probably get out here as his supports are on their way. And yeah, Mercy does catch up. Transcendence comes out from Burrito Mommy for some reason. I want to say that was a fat finger. Genji does engage. Junkrat taking him out. Rez is not going to be able to secure that. It's going to be a 5v6 going straight in. They need to take out Chillfish. He's in their back line. Zombie Mario getting a 2-pick. Arcade's taking out Burrito Mommy, and they get off the point because of Shatter. Shatter pushes them off of the map, or off of the point, and they end up C9ing because of it. And the second map is going to go to Lauderdale County Crusaders. Really well placed ult there. There was no real Reinhardt as he just went down. Shield went down. Nothing to escape that bomb with. And because of that, obviously, we see that he went down almost instantly. Or they all went down almost instantly. So, with that said, 2 matches are now out of the way. 1 more to decide. If Lauderdale wins this one, it's going to be the last one to decide whether or not they will go, just like they did last season, and face off against Wilson, or whether or not they will lose it all right here. And we'll be right back after this short break. Alrighty, and we are back. Welcome back, everyone, to the final match before the finals, and we're dictating right now who's going to be going to their next match against Wilson. Right now, Lauderdale County Crusaders obviously is up in the lead by 2 points. They need one more to take this home and go again against Wilson's in the finals. So the chances are, if they play right like they've been doing, they're probably going to take this home. However, Rogers, I wouldn't count them out just yet. The last map wasn't so close. However, that first map was extremely close both times. And it could have gone either way. And right now, I still want to say that there's hope that they could at least take one map home here. And it's, and not just leave every game be a 3-0, which is so far what we've seen. But I guess we will know what they're running here in 24 seconds. And then after this match, we are going to be going to a slight intermission to let the two winning teams eat. So whoever wins this and Wilson will be going to have a slight lunch break so that they are ready and at peak performance, not playing on a hungry stomach for the finals. So I'm not sure how long that'll take. It just depends on how fast orders get out. So, but either way, 1.1 seconds. Hopping right into it, we are going to see a slightly more dive comp off of Rogers. And the same is going to be said against Crusaders as well. They're going to be running on the side of Rogers. They're going to be running Torbjorn for Midminster, Soldier for McDangle. Kind of a common swap up. Running Ryan and Daddy playing Orisa and Hog. Good combo here with what they're running. However, they are going to be on defense against a... Actually, no. I think it's a really good defense against the dive comp because they have pull and hook as well as turret to cover any flanks and whatnot. And they have the Lucio Ana. Ana, so far, I think, has been their biggest play. Obviously, Burrito Mommy's a very good Zenyatta in terms of the tournament and was getting picks that they needed, using their ult when they needed and whatnot. But the antis and the sleeps and the nanos that came out when she was playing Mercy was bonkers, to put lightly. On the side of Lauderdale, we do see the Pharah coming out without a Mercy, 5-star going Reaper, RKs and Chillfish running the Hammond, Winston, Tydex, and Void Knight running Bap and Lucio, which means they are going to have about equal heals as Rogers. The only thing is their heals are all going to be AoE, so they're going to be able to heal more than one person at a time. And right now, it looks like 3 are going to go down on the side of Rogers as Daddy does secure the pick off to RKs. No res since they don't have a Mercy anymore. And it looks like Crusaders are going to win this fight here pretty easily, as 3, like I said, did go down. Daddy is looking to try and stall the point, but is going to go down ultimately by himself, and is going to cause a stagger. Tiebreaker as well, going down there at the end. Chillfish getting a 2k 5-star cleaning up Midminster. Chillfish just going in even harder, looking to take out Ana. That's exactly what he does, pulling out with a 3-piece there. And again, not really much competition here. It seems like Rogers also may have lost their head just a little bit. They're playing their hardest, you can tell, but they're Crusaders. Actually, no one is on point for Crusaders. Void Knight just got off point, nearly gets hooked there by Daddy. Reaper does come in, trying to take out Roadhog to ensure that Roadhog can't hook their supports. Chillfish doing the same thing for Tiebreaker, taking him out fairly easily. Zombie Mario helping secure the pick off onto Daddy. 2 now down on the side of Rogers, make that 3. As, again, Crusaders just playing a game of cleanup. I don't think there's really much to say here. We do see RKs pushing in, looking to take out Sigma, which is exactly what they do. Chillfish helps take him out there. Both Running Ryan and Tiebreaker go down. 2 now down the side of Rogers. On the side of Crusaders, we do see 5 ults up with Primal on the way, already at 42%. They don't really have anything to combo together pretty much at all. However, well, maybe RKs and Chillfish. Okay, 3 ults just came out by the side of Crusaders, which is not good for them. Daddy just used Whole Hog, getting 1 pick off onto 5 stars. McDangle popping his ult behind them, securing RKs, looking to also take out Tydex. That's exactly what he does, getting the 2-piece. Now he has to just take out Void Knight, who's still on the point, doing a lot of damage, but Void Knight gets beat off in the last second, also saving Chillfish. Zorro takes out Running Ryan again, pick for pick, every single time. They're just doing everything they can to make sure it's as equal as possible. I swear I can't stop yawning. It's so annoying. 2 now down on the side of Rogers. About to be 3 if they're not careful. 3 now down on the side of Rogers. McDaniel does swap over onto the Cassidy. Mister onto May. Chillfish, or Arcades, I guess, looking to do as much damage as he can. Does take down Burrito Mommy in the process. Now they're looking to surround Mister and take him out. But they don't really manage to do so, as Mister does back out, getting Cassidy with him. Freezing Chillfish, but failing to get the pick. Mister is going to go down here thanks to Zombie Mario coming in with that burst damage. And the point is going to be 0.37 meters before they get off and then have to return to point. Not really too much to say about what's going on at the moment, as it just kind of looks like Rogers is doing everything in their power to push them back. They're not really staying on point too much. They have 1, now 2, now just 1 again. They kind of just keep going back and forth. They usually only keep like 1 or 2 people on the point at all times, and sometimes that's not even 1. Or not Rogers, Crusaders, sorry. Crusaders just keep pushing Rogers back. Looking to get as much picks as they can. Daddy does pop his ult, trying to take out Chillfish, but he does end up going down himself here in just a second. Not before he gets RKs, though. We do see Chillfish coming back, trying to support his team, get some healing, and then goes in onto Burrito Mommy once again. Jeez, stop yawning me. Mail popping it there, getting 2 in it. Castiel popping from behind, securing the pick off onto Tidex. McDangle looking to try and stop the push here. However, it is going to be a 4v2. Ult comes out from Zombie Mario, securing 1, already taking a tiebreaker 2. And again, just Zombie Mario with the 3-piece. Void Knight ulting to make sure they can continue the push. Taking out Daddy, 4 meters to go. 5-star Pops ult, again, trying to clean up. 3 minutes on the clock, exactly. And they're going to cap that 3rd point. Is more so just a match of Crusaders trying their hardest to push Rogers as far back as they can, and just letting one person stay on the point the entire game. And whenever they do that, I mean, they're just basically setting up for, they're taking the space, basically. They have no competition, and they're able to take as much space as they want, whenever they want, how they want to do it. And that's just kind of the beauty of their work. I mean, their comp shouldn't really be working all that well, in my opinion. I mean, they have the Soldier Reaper, which is kind of a, well, it was Far Reaper there, I think, at the end. It's kind of a strange comp. Kind of a strange comp, but it was still working for them in the end. On the side of Rogers, I mean, I don't really remember what they had too well now. I know they had the Cassidy there towards the end with McDangle, and I don't really know what Mister was playing. But now they're going to be swapping off. Mister's actually going to go from his normal Junkrat off onto Cassidy, which is what McDangle normally plays. And McDangle is going to be set up as a Widowmaker, probably going to try and click some heads. And we know he's really good at that. We saw him do it last semester, so I'm sure it's not going to be too different. Not much else has changed besides Burrito Mommy going from Ana to Zenyatta. And on the side of Lauderdale, there's been a few changes. Chillfish swaps from Winston to Hammond. RK swaps from Hammond to Sigma. And they are going to set up another Bastion strat. It seems after Wilson did that earlier, everyone is in the Bastion mood. Now every team so far has had at least 1 Bastion. Mister getting the pick off onto Chillfish. That's what they need to make this push. However, Tidex does counter it out, taking out Daddy. We're going to see RKs camping out behind Rogers here. Running around, pushing in, taking out Zombie Mario. They don't have res. Massive pick there if Rogers can actually abuse it here, which basically just depends on whether or not they can group up and push the enemy back. However, we are going to see Chillfish swapping from Hammond off onto Winston, which is going to be better for them, especially with McDangle being on the Genji and them having a Zenyatta Lucio. That's going to allow for so much potential. Like I said, Chillfish is going in straight on the Burrito Mommy, taking her out. Now just stuck in their back, backing up. It looks like, again, another 2 more picks coming out from Crusaders before one gets traded. It looks like another just cleanup game. I mean, there's not really much I can commentate on here. It's kind of just the same thing back and forth. 3 picks here, 3 picks there. Fight 1 here, fight 1 there. It kind of always just goes in the same groove. So far, Rogers gets 3 picks, then they get 3 picked down. Another one pops out, and the same thing happens over and over again. And they fail to get the picks in time for them to make a significant push. Their biggest problem here is they don't really focus targets all that well. They're off doing their own thing and not focusing the same person. Void Knight does take out Burrito Mommy there as well, so they're going to be down to support. However, they do have spawn advantage. Zombie Mario already at all 3 ults up. 1 just got used. 4th on its way. 4 Crusaders. 2 ults up on the side of Rogers with 3 more on the way. Mr. Pops is all looking to secure a pick, but he does get countered out there by 5-star Shellfish getting a pick also with Primal Rage. 2 down on the side of Rogers. We are going to see just another cleanup match as they do take out Daddy, staggering him quite heavily. Mr. swapping over to the Pharah. Without a Mercy, that's going to be a rather risky play. We do see 5-star using his ult, getting both supports down on the side of Rogers, which is going to hold them back for at least another 7 seconds. They don't have any heals. They're not really backing up much. Mr. does go down. McDangle goes down. It's just their tanks until their supports get back out. 1 minute, 30 seconds left. Can they do anything with it? They have only pushed it 20 meters so far of the required, like, 100 that's needed to cap the first point. And with a minute and 20... With a minute 20 left, there's not much I don't think they can do unless they pop every ult at the same time. So I'm securing the 2K off onto both tanks. A nice beat coming out by Tiebreaker to try and help McDangle there, but McDangle doesn't really secure anything except for immortality. Forces Chillfish to back up, who's at 1 HP, going for that Mega. He does get it. Tydex also somehow getting out of the fight for a second longer. Sigma popping his ult, launching the entirety of Rogers up, gets 1, helps secure 2 more with Chillfish, taking out Burrito Mommy and Runny Ryan. 40 seconds on the clock. We are going to see Tracer Recall trying to escape the ever-looming Winston, engaging Lucio, doing the exact same as he's behind them. Chillfish chasing him as much as he can. But it looks like he did get baited by Tiebreaker, who manages to somehow escape that situation that he probably shouldn't have been able to otherwise. Zombie Mario getting the pick off to Midminster. Already Rogers beginning the fight with 1 down. Now it's all down up to how they use their ult. Runny Ryan missing his ult off onto Primal Rage to Winston, but he does manage to avoid himself getting pinned off the map. It looks like Winston's going to be stuck in their backline by himself. Can he get out, or is he going to get taken out? Mr. popping his, or not Mr. 5-star popping his ult, securing 1, 3 down on the side of Rogers, 3 left to go. It's just a 3v5, and not really much they can do. They don't have any ults, but McDaniel does manage to get his the last second, coming out, getting Void Knight, big pick that they need. They need immortality down, or else they're not able to do anything. They don't secure anything else, but he does do a lot of damage. All they have to do here is get back in time. Daddy looking to secure the point. Mr. getting a 2K with his ult. Rogers going to continue pushing despite the Baptiste wall in front of them. Now all they have to do is make sure they stay on the point. Bastion, however, is going to set up right on top and probably get a 2 or 3K here if they're not careful. It's going to be 1 going down right now, followed by Lucio here in just 2 seconds. Going down, probably going to follow with Genji as well. All he has to do is get in tank configuration mode and take them all down. Tydex securing the pick off into Runny Ryan. McDangle goes down. It's just Mr. left. And they can't seem to hit him, but he gets off point, and he does go down. And the third map is going to go to Lauderdale County Crusaders. And just like last semester, we are going to see the Crusaders going back once again in the finals against Wilson. However, I want to say this was a hard-fought game by Rogers, and you guys did great in that first map. I think you lost your mental there in the second, but I definitely think there's so much room for possibility here if we do host this next semester. I think there's so much room for you guys to just keep going further and further. You guys made it, I believe, further than you did last semester, if I remember correctly. But you guys did great as well, you and Adrenaline, and I'm so glad you guys were able to be here and compete with us, and I hope you guys stick around until the finals are over. With that said, I want to say a thank you to our sponsors before we leave. You know, without them, we wouldn't be able to do anything that we're doing here. I mean, they're the reason we're able to do all of this. But we will be back here shortly. Probably, I don't know how long it's going to take while we wait for all of the teams, or the main 2 teams that are going to get playing, to have some lunch and reset and be ready for their final match. So, thank you all for watching, and we'll be right back. Welcome back, everyone. After a short intermission break there for lunch, we are now ready to roll it into the finals. We had some really interesting matches today. I can't really say they didn't go how I expected them to go, but I was really hoping that we'd see a turnaround. I think if we do this next semester, we definitely will. The players have gotten so much better since last semester, putting the practice and the hours that they needed to learn the comps and the metas and the technology they needed. And now we're not going to be running at all any of the maps you've seen so far. Well, probably some of them are going to get reused. We're going to actually be swapping it around for the maps. It is going to be a best of 5. There's no bracket reset, so either team that loses this will be losing for good. We're going to be hopping straight into it. First map is going to be Lijiang Tower. This one is the last of the original bracket, which we didn't get to see. It was the 5th map in the setup. So now that we can actually see it, I'm curious as to what they're going to run. I can already guess if I have to look at it. It's definitely going to be... Oh, okay, yeah. So the players were ready for the maps from before. Yeah, the players were ready for the different maps, because I didn't make an announcement about the map change. I want it to be a complete surprise for everyone. Neither team knew about the map changed. So, Route 66 is... No one knew. Yeah, so no one knew about the map change at all, and it's kind of interesting. We're trying to throw a curveball for the teams so that they weren't as... So we're going to see a little bit something more interesting. They don't know about the map until the second they load into it. We're going to be doing Lijiang Tower, Hanamura, Hollywood, Watchpoint, Volskaya. I probably shouldn't have said that because there's a chance that someone may have it open and can tell them what's going to happen. I doubt it because they're pretty much the only people in the rooms. But that's what it's going to be going. So we do see something a little bit different coming out from both teams, which is kind of what I expected. From Wilson, we're going to have Pluo and iShot doing the Sim and Soldier strat, which we saw them run against Crusaders earlier. Both teams running Sim, going straight into the point, battling it out. RK's getting Pluto down immediately. They do have res, though. However, it will go down almost instantly. Crusader wiping Wilson with less than 30 seconds on the clock. Oh my gosh. Okay, I think that's the fastest we've ever seen Wilson get smacked. Yeah, for preface, no one knew about this. So... Lauderdale is running their standard comp. They don't swap. Wilson is running something a little bit different because they have Pluo on the DPS instead of the tank, which is perfectly fine because they work it all the time and it works for them. But now they're kind of in the mentality that they don't know what they're doing and they've kind of lost, and that's kind of the beauty. Lauderdale doesn't know what they're doing either, and they're winging it. But because they have, because Wilson's like lost their mental here, they're gonna keep just running in and making the same mistakes. iShot does take out Chillfish. RK is getting the charge off the map with spots. Dexter coming in, taking Tide. And a few more go down as well. And it looks like with that, Wilson will retake the point. However, they did lose 39%. And now that they have their footing on the ground, chances are they're going to keep it that way. Pluo getting that air shot off onto Zombie Mario and looking to engage some more before backing up just a little bit to ensure that they don't end up going down here on accident. We do see Lauderdale this time staying a little bit more grouped up than they normally would. But the beauty of this is that the teams can't prepare for what's about to happen. RK's popping his ult there. Dexter popping his ult there. I don't think he really secured anything with it. RK's popping it in return, trying to take out Dexter, and that's exactly what he's going to do. Ult coming out by Chillfish, securing 1, 4 down on the side of Wilson. 5 now, and they only secured 1 pick that entire fight thanks to iShot's ult. However, iShot is probably going to make it out here, it looks like. He's going to have the flank, though, so if they're not careful, he may actually get in and do some damage. Zombie Mario is going to go in, try and secure that pick onto him. However, he is going to back up. Wilson doing something a little bit different here. They are running Brawl Comp on here, where we normally see a dive meta. iShot did get the pick off on the Zombie Mario, which is going to be a really big starter, but not so much when 5-star does cancel it out by taking out Pluo, but it's 1 for 1 again. 2 for 2. Both Mercies are rezzing, I believe, at the moment. Tidex does res RKs. Chillfish taking out spots from Matt. Another Chillfish taking out Milk, getting a 2-piece. And again, they take home the first point. Or not, they take home that fight there. Sorry, I didn't mean to say first point. They have 20 more seconds to go. Tracer is going to be playing back just a little bit with 84%. They only have 15 seconds. and the teams are kind of confused what to do, it seems, because Lauderdale County is a little bit more separated than Wilson is. Pluto is on the Symmetra in the back, but we do see Wilson trying to fight that corner, and they couldn't touch point, and the first point goes to Lauderdale County Crusaders. So I think the big problem here is the fact that Lauderdale County doesn't typically have different plans. They run the same thing no matter what map it is. Or they run like the same people on the same role no matter what map it is. And the big difference here is that Wilson doesn't do that. They play the map around what role each person should be in based on the characters they're best at versus having two people locked in each role. Which I think is actually probably going to be their downfall here if they're not careful, because I told everyone that we're going to be a little bit more unpredictable for fairness sake, because no one knows what maps we're running, except for you guys who are listening right now, and me. Which, this is a little bit weird, obviously, for a tournament, but I feel like it also is going to spice things up a little bit, you know? If Wilson knows exactly what they're doing, which is always the case, Lauderdale never knows what they're doing. They just run in with the same comp every single time and hope it works. And swapping some things up every now and then. They need to be able to adapt, you know? Wilson has the right mindset. They're getting the picks they need, but they're not fighting on the point, which is their worst part. We do see Farah trying to take out Tracer in the backline. Diva staying on point. iShot looking to get some damage in as far as well. However, he's not going to really secure too much here since the team is using the pillar in the middle. 3 go down on the side of what looks to be Wilson. 4 now, with Pluto taking out Void Knight to secure that. Or to try and counteract that. But it doesn't really do much as Lauderdale is going to hold the point. 40 seconds already. There's not really much to commentate, not much action going on. Lauderdale County is still holding the point, and it looks like Zomimaro does get the boof op spots from Matt. There's no res up for that, which means they are going to engage this fight with one person down to begin with. Pluto with the double stick on the both supports. iShot coming in, taking out 5-star. 3 down already for the side of Lauderdale County, and they only have 1 all up right now that's actually in the fight. However, he does go down to iShot. 2 more already on the way up. Looks like Arcade is going to charge in, fails to secure anything, and does go down. 68% on the clock, now 70, before Wilson could cap the first point. And it looks like iShot is going to be trying to take some pot shots off over onto the enemy team, securing quite a bit of damage thanks to the damage boost coming out from Milk. But we do see Pharmacy on the other team as well, shooting up. iShot going to engage, trying their best to do so. But Symmetra ult does come out from the side of Lauderdale County. Multiple ults coming out. Sigma ult from the side of Wilson. Not really taking anything out except for 5-star. Arcades gets the double pin, trying to do a little bit more damage however he can. But it looks like not much is going to come out as iShot does get the ult off above them. Baby Diva trying her hardest, or his hardest, to take out the Farah. However, now it's going to be Pluto versus one other person. And it looks like, with that said, this fight's going to go to Wilson. Slowly, as the match goes on, we do see Wilson's becoming a little bit better at predicting what they need to do and guesstimating exactly where they need to be or who they need to be playing. We do see Chillfish ulting right on point, not really doing much, but he is going to push them off. Chillfish takes out Milk. Tidex does get the rest off on Chillfish as she gets picked out for Dexter. However, they are going to lose Zombie Mario to Pluto. Void Knight as well. It looks like Pluto is going to pull out a 3-piece there, taking out 3 of them with ease. Another one, make that a 4-piece. Takes out 5-star as well. It looks like 73% now on the side of Wilson. Can Lauderdale County bring this back and win this fight? They need something to counteract this Tracer, and that's not anything they have right now. They're looking for Tracers best they can. Mercy is going to go in, trying to heal Far, and they take her out. They're going to cap the point here now. Can they get the boop off? Far looking for it. Fails to secure it. 70 seconds. or 30 seconds left to go in the map if they can win this. We are going to see Zombie Mario getting the pick off to spots for Matt. However, Mercy is most likely going to res that for them. Milk is going to rotate around looking for it. However, doesn't go for it. I wonder if res is even up yet. We do see alt usage, though. It looks like Pluto again getting another pulse bomb off onto both supports of Lauderdale County, which is going to prevent any kind of true aggression here on their side. They're going to have to play super defensively, but it doesn't look like that's going to be the case as Dexter does get on Mario, Pluto taking out Chillfish, and 5-star going out the Ice Shot. It's a 3v2 right now. In the last second possible, Wilson, using almost all their alts, will take that fight. 10 seconds left on the clock. Can Lauderdale County make it back in time to fight this? We are going to see Diva trying to go in, but they get booped, and they're going to fall off the map, and they aren't going to be able to touch there. But someone does end up going in. Zombie Mario taking out spots for Matt. Transitions does come out from them. However, Ice Shot getting a 2-piece. They're trying their hardest. Symmetra ult there is going to be massive for winning this fight. The question is, can they do it? It is going to be a 4v2 right now. They are going to try and stop the Mercy. However, they fail for just a second from getting the res off, but they do manage to take her down at the end. Sigma looking for that ult, catching Chillfish in it. Chillfish saving himself with his shields as he tries to hold the point, but they fail. Now 1-1. Can Lauderdale County bring out the second point? Alrighty, now we're going to be moving on to the third point, the third and final point of the first map. We are going to see some swap-ups. Ice Shot going Cassidy instead of the Pharah like he was running before. Pluto staying on Symmetra. Dexter, I think, was already Sig, but Spots for Matt is going to swap over to Reinhardt. I don't know what he was on beforehand. And Milk and Rex Battle are running the same as they were before, I believe. On the side of Lauderdale County, we're going to have Zombie Mario swapping back over to Soldier, 5-star onto Pharah. RKs and Chillfish going double tanks. Tydex and RKs go down instantly. 2 already down on the side of Crusaders. Can they bring this back? There's a pretty high chance that they're not going to be able to with the amount of map pressure that the Wilson Dreamland Warriors is putting onto them. But Zombie Mario does keep the high ground, just like Obi-Wan instructed him to do so. But he is going to run back there for just a second. And my production guy is very sad about my dad joke just then. But Zombie Mario is going to still be up there, so he has the perfect position to just rain down from above, trying to take out Ice Shot. Ice Shot does notice this, backs up. 2 down now for the side of Wilson. Chillfish taking out spots from Matt, 5-star Pluto. 1 is going to get rezzed, however, so it's going to be a 5v6 going straight into it. Milk goes down himself. Ice Shot on the verge as well as he does go down. 3 now for the side of Wilson. Lauderdale has the perfect map control they need here to take the point. That's exactly what they're going to do. 28-0 right now. They need to hold it for at least 28 seconds and get ahead of the competition, but I suspect they're going to hold it just a little bit longer than that. Arcades does have Shatter up. On the side of Crusaders, we do see only 1 ult up, 2 more, 3 more, 4 more on the way. And on the side of Wilson, they already used... No, they didn't. Never mind. They didn't use 1. Because Cassidy, aka Ice Shot, swapped over onto the Soldier. I didn't realize that, but Pluto is coming up on Symmetra ult, and Dexter is coming up on Sigma ult, and Falcon from Mercy as well. So we will see a few ults on each side coming up. However, Lauderdale County does have the better ult economy here. Hopefully they'll use them all. The massive Shatter coming up from RKs as they hit almost everyone, but they use almost every ult in their bag there. That's the only downside. They used both Tank ults and Void Knight there to win that fight. They didn't really have to use Beat. They could have pushed him without that, but, I mean, they did win themselves a little bit extra time there. Rex Battler, or I think it's Matt playing on Rex Battler's account. Matt does have Nano Blade, and Pluto does have, I forget what Sims ult's called, but they do have Sims ult as well as Sigma. Sigma ult does go out, breaking the point in half, which means it's going to be kind of hard for them to fight here. Ice Shot gets the pick off onto Tidix, which is exactly what they needed to begin with. There's no res left. Pluto's turrets takes out Void. 5-star comes in behind, getting 2 of them down. RK somehow ends up dying to himself. It looks like, with that said, 67%, Wilson will be taking the point away from the Crusaders. Looks like Wilson is going to have to regroup here. They're going to be holding the top. However, Soldier is going to be doing the exact same as before, going above them. He does have his ult as well, which means if they are pushed off onto the point, that's going to be massive for Soldier's ult. He's waiting for it to happen. He's going to drop behind them. He's popping his ult right now. Sigma doesn't pull fast enough as he nearly takes it out. He manages to help 5-star take out Matt before going down to iShot. 2 now down, 3 now down on the side of Wilson. iShot's ult does come out as well, securing Chillfish, but that looks like all is going to happen so far. He does manage to get that lucky pick off onto 5-star at the last second. Pluto looking to take out Arcades, but he does miss the hammer. Void Knight popping beat again, already has it 2 fights later as he looks to hold the point a little bit longer. Soldier is going to flank around, trying to get the high ground, I believe. No, never mind. He does retreat. He doesn't go for the high ground, although I guess that's probably what he's going to do as you see him off on the side. Yeah, it's exactly what he's going to do. We see Reinhardt going to engage kind of by himself. He's kind of alone, but he does get a massive shatter, preventing their team from pushing onto the point, taking out spots for Matt, which is actually copy-paste before getting slept. Pluto going in, 2 now down on the side, 3 now down on the side of Wilson before 1 does get res. We do see Chillfish popping his ult as well, not really securing anything with it. As they try and hold the point as best they can. It's a very even fight, 1 for 1 here. 3 now down on the side of Wilson. This is a very easily won fight if they can only take down copy-paste, and that's exactly what they're going to do. And 99 to 95, they are going to take home the first map. And they, as you can see on the screen, Lauderdale County is going absolutely insane. Zombie Mario getting play of the game. Alrighty, and with that said, that play of the game out of the way, we're going to hop to a slight intermission as we get the teams ready for the next maps. All right, welcome back, everyone. So we did end up telling them about the next map, which is going to be Hanamura, just for the sake of not making anyone too mad. I was going to keep it completely secret. That way it's completely fair on both sides. And that's primarily because there's a really big gap in terms of game knowledge for each map. So one team, if they see a map coming, they know exactly what they're going to do, and they'll swap their entire team comp up to like base it around that map, which is fine because that's how it normally goes in esports. But with it being high school, I want everyone to stand a fair chance, no matter what your skill level is, because we do have some PC players and some console players, which make a really big difference, especially when you have someone who does this, you know, like as someone like myself who does this competitively. I understand that there's a pretty big gap there. But either way, we did let them know that Hanamura is going to be the next map, so that to maintain a little bit of fairness. So we're going to be hopping straight into it right about now, with not much of a change on the roles. Alrighty, and we're gonna hop straight into it. 10 seconds on the clock until heroes are revealed. Very curious what they're gonna run. Wilson didn't swap at all, so we're gonna be very interested. Yep, they're gonna be running Pluto with the Mei, iShot with the Junkrat, something I kind of expected with them running on Hanamura here. Mei's a very good pick, especially for walls through the chokehold, the main gates. It usually works very well, especially when you separate your targets. But the problem is, Lauderdale here is actually going to be running Dive, which can get past it fairly easy. The only thing, the problem they have to worry about is iShot on the Junkrat, who has Tire and the traps, which can absolutely decimate a dive comp if they're not careful. With them having the Pharah and the Sim, I don't see wall really being a problem at all. But I suppose we'll see how that comes when they actually get to the point. We are going to have the Pluo and iShot on Mei and Junkrat, Dexter and Sponsor Matt on Reinhardt and Orisa, Milk and Rex Battler on Mercy and Brig. On side of Lauderdale Crusaders, we're going to have Zombie Mario on 5-star on Pharah and Sim, Arcades and Chillfish on Diva and Winston, and Void Knight and Tidex on Zenyatta and Baptiste. And already, we're going to see Junkrat holding the top point. It looks like Lauderdale County is going to be looking for a good teleport into the map. Pharah trying to stay back and just poke damage. They are going to teleport directly onto Junkrat, trying to take them out as best they can. Rex Battler does go down, or Matt does go down. Zenyatta trying to save Winston. He does get back. They have Reinhardt alone. That's exactly what they need. They engage, taking him down. It's still a 5v6 here. However, 5-star does go down. Zombie Mario also very low. They are going to engage in a 5v5 scenario here. Both down, one player. Now the question is, what are they going to do? Alts are almost up. Tidex getting the pick off on the spots for Matt. They do have Rez, but I'm not sure it's going to come out just yet. Zombie takes out Rex Battler as well. Milk goes down. They don't have any res anymore. 3 down on the side of Wilson. 4 now. And it looks like they are going to probably win this fight if they play it carefully enough. They need to take out Reinhardt. If they don't, it's going to be bad for them. Mei's also causing them a problem, but they do go down. Dexter coming in with the 3-piece. I didn't even realize that. Dexter just came back and got like 3 or 4 kills by himself. Insane plays. 1 minute, 30 seconds down already. And Lauderdale County will be capping the first point. So yeah, for sake of fairness, I was thinking that we should not tell them. Like in a normal Overwatch competitive scene, they would know the maps no matter what. That's usually how it is. And that's usually because the way normal competitive games are ran... Sorry, I need a sip of water. The way the normal competitive games are ran is the teams that are in similar divisions or in similar ranks will be placed with each other. In the case of the tournament, we don't really have that luxury. So we have people in very low ranks playing very high ranked players. And honestly, in a high school tournament, that's not very fair, considering we don't really have a choice. So we're thinking of the element of surprise could help the teams who are at a severe disadvantage. But also just make it put them on a more level playing field. You know, which is kind of what would be expected of something more of a high school tournament, is because the schools really want it to be fair for everyone. While obviously the people with the higher skill are still probably going to be the people that win, which is why I'm kind of surprised at what's happening right now with Wilson, is because this is the comp that they wanted to run. They even said they wanted to run this, and they didn't want any swaps, and they're fighting and kind of losing. Although I think they may actually win this back here, as Lauderdale's not securing many picks. As I say that, Dexter does go down to 5-star. Milk does pop out as well. Rizal comes out. They need to cancel out that if they want this fight. iShot taking down Void Knight, a massive pick for them. However, it's followed up immediately by Lauderdale County Crusaders taking out 2 more of their team. Really, right now, iShot goes down. Mercy trying to get the res off of him, and they do. But Sheeta goes down herself. Now they need to take out Genji. If they don't, this is going to be a losing fight here. They take out Dexter. They cap the second tick. And that is what they needed. They're almost to the 3rd point. Zombie Mario pops all looking to get another person down. However, iShot does take out Zombie Mario. Spots for Matt taking out Tydex. They can almost do this. All they have to do is take out a few more picks, and that's not what they're doing so far. They're not able to get these picks that they need. iShot with the Ghost Dash there onto Void Knight. We are going to see Winston doing his best to take as much damage as he can for his team. However, iShot is going to cancel it out with a 2-piece. We also see D.Va right here going into a 1v1 with Tracer, and it looks like she's probably going to get staggered. Arcase kind of needs to jump off here and reset, but his team actually manages to get back there in time. Tracer flanks them, wanting to get a pick, but she goes down. Absolutely massive for Lauderdale County Crusaders here. If they could just push up, I could sense 5-star typing something. Okay. Either way, we do see Lauderdale County a little bit separated, as the Winston is going to be engaging from the right flank, while everyone else engaging from the left. Chillfish does get Milk. iShot taking a 5-star, and Pluto taking Zombie Mario. Looks like, again, 3 are going to be going down on the side of Lauderdale County, 2 on the side of Wilson. Make that 4. Make that the entire team, actually. Yeah, let's just correct it that way. I'll stop calling them out one by one. Insane plays there by everyone on Wilson, really. I think iShot just got a 3-piece, Dexter a 2, and Pluto got one of them as well. Now, they're just learning how to play against Lauderdale. And that's their biggest problem. Pluto getting a really big pick there off onto Void Knight. It's going to prevent Crusaders from pushing too fast. So they're going to have to stay back just a little bit longer. Pluto again trying to get a pick here off onto Baptiste. As everyone goes in trying to save him. He does get stuck on the wall though, and there's a high chance he can go down here if they play this correctly. He is 1 HP, however, he is going to manage to get away just barely. We're going to see Lauderdale County kind of stalling to go in. Pluto does use all on 5-star before trying to flank again, going in to try and take out Lucio or someone. But I think they kind of realize they're going to have to back out. I don't really know what else to say, as it looks like this is going to be a fairly even fight. They all turn around to try and take out Pluto, which is probably not what they need to do. They need to just engage while Pluto's behind them. As Pluto is going to be quite a bit away, although he can very easily get to Lauderdale County Crusaders. It looks like Zombie Mario is going to go off by themselves. Winston looking to engage. Tracer going in the center. Not behind them any longer. Primal Range gets pushed. All on top of him. We're going to see 5-star going in, trying to secure anything. He gets 2 picks. Both supports down on the side of Wilson. This is exactly what they need, but Genji's going to go in with ult. Arcade's popping his ult as well. Going in, doing his best. 3 down for the side of Will. Arcade crushes iShot's ult with his mech, taking him down. 3 now down. 4 now down for the side of Wilson, and the entire team for Lauderdale still up. All they have to do is take down the last remaining people, and if they can do that, they're going to take home the second point, with 42 seconds to go. That was an insane home for Wilson, as they did stall them for 4 minutes, nearly. But at the end of the day, Lauderdale County Crusaders managed to bring home the second point, which is exactly what we wanted to see. And I feel like Wilson's going to do the exact same thing. I feel like they're going to have probably about 3 minutes, though, if I'm being honest. They're very good at attacking, and that's what they do best. They're not as good at defending as they are attacking, and it's very clear that they're very much so an attack-oriented team. So if they run something like they just did and Lauderdale County crumbles, they're going to cap this easy within 3 to 5 minutes. The question is, will Lauderdale County crumble? Or will they be able to actually stall Wilson for the entire time? I should mention, for people who don't know as well, these maps that they're running right now, this one, Hanamura, is something that we call 2CP. It's 2 control point. You have to cap 2 points to win. And they're notoriously the hardest maps in the games to defend. And attack, really. I mean, it depends on the team. It's either notoriously hard to defend or notoriously hard to attack, depending on the team. There's usually no in-between. There's barely any ties or any draws, and they usually draw out for way too long if the teams are very even. However, in this case, usually these matches go really, really fast. Because it's either like impossible to cap, or you cap in 2 seconds, if that makes sense. It's kind of hard to explain the lingo, because I expect everyone to kind of understand that, but I forget that not everyone plays the game who does watch it. They're going to have a Somber on the side of Wilson, who's going to immediately go behind. He does get caught out there and has to recall. Genji going top right, looking to do some extra damage, but he is going to be discorded. Zombie Mario taking out spots from Matt. One already down. They are going to probably res that. Void Knight needs to back up, get some heals real quick. He is very low. Reinhardt's playing extremely aggressive here. Goes down. They do have res if they can actually pull it off. Mercy is going to go in and manages to pull it off and get out just fine without anything happening to him. Pluo does take out Zombie Mario, but it doesn't matter. Right now, Wilson is going to be down 1, almost 2, now 2, but he does manage to take Void Knight with him. Lauderdale County needs to back up and play a little bit more defensively here. If they don't, this is going to be really bad for them. They are down 3. If they don't play defensively, their team's not going to make it back in time. I feel like they probably also should have ran the May here, as it would have been just a little bit better for them to hold the point. Reinhardt all gets canceled there by Sigma Rock. However, Arcades does push in, getting Rex Battler, or getting Matt down. However, it doesn't look like Rez is going to pull out. Lauderdale County trying to regroup on point. They don't have any ults up yet. However, Bastion ult is on the way. Zombie Mario taking out iShot and spots for Matt. Lauderdale County can recuperate from this and take the point back if they play carefully enough. We do see ult going right out on top of Bastion. However, Bastion is going to get out of it just fine. Hanzo is going to look for that extra pick onto Bastion. However, it doesn't matter, as we do see Chillfish popping his ult, securing one in it, but not getting the pick just yet. Pluo taking down Zombie Mario. It's a very even fight. Chillfish taking down Dexter. They are going to be down 1 this entire time. Pluo is very low. RK's getting the very lucky push off onto Matt, as well as the ult coming out from iShot, but fails to secure anything as Arcade takes him down. Pluo getting the 2-piece off onto both supports for Lauderdale County, though. They need to take him out. He's the biggest menace right now. He's 1 hit. Pluo getting the 3-piece at 1 HP. Can he do more? They do manage to take out Pluo. Now it's just a matter of whether or not they can win this. Arcade, or 5-star, does have his ult up, but it looks like with 1 minute and 50 seconds to go, they were held longer than the Lauderdale County. They are going to go down here and cap the point. Now, if they play correctly, Lauderdale County can easily hold this. The question is, will they do so? They really need to keep the Bastion healed up, keep him in a place that's not easily accessible, although he did fall down by himself. He's going to have to walk all the way around, which is exactly where the Hanzo is. He's going to have to engage the Hanzo here in just a second, most likely. He is going to have to engage the Hanzo. Yeah, he does back up, making sure. iShot does go underneath to get a health pack. He almost has ult at 56. Ult comes out by Dexter, securing Chillfish in it. Arcade does cancel it by using getting Milk. iShot getting 2. However, 5-star recuperates, getting spots from Matt, and Tydex gets the res off onto Chillfish. Pluo does manage to secure Chillfish again with his ult. However, it doesn't really matter too much as the ult comes out for Arcades, getting Rex Battler again. Genji using his ult, but Mercy managing to get away from it just in time for just a few seconds. That's all they needed for their team to come back and get iShot down. 1 minute's already gone off the clock from when they capped it, and they haven't got a tick just yet. However, we do see both supports ults up on the side of Wilson. Only one ult is up on the side of Lauderdale County, which is going to be Bastion, and one ult almost already up as well, which is going to be Sigma coming up here in just a few minutes. Looks like Wilson is going to be kind of regrouping here for just a second. Zombie Mario debating on where he wants to go. If he holds up top and Genji ults, which actually no, we see Genji swapped to Reaper, which may work in his favor a little bit more. Zombie Mario about to go down. He doesn't have a shield up top, but we are going to see that Sigma is going to target the Hanzo, about to take him out, and that's exactly what he does. However, they do have Mercy. He's going to have to watch that, or else he's going to end up taking them down. Everyone converges on iShot as he teleports up top onto the Bastion, but fails to secure anything. Massive shatter, or massive fire strike there by Arcades. Chillfish getting a 3-piece with his ult. That's kind of rare, really, for Sigma ult to get a 3-piece. It does a little bit of damage, but you have to catch him in just the right moment for it to actually kill them. Chillfish does pull off another pick as well, taking out spots for Matt. We do see iShot swapping back from the Reaper onto the Cassidy. He hasn't got ult besides once as Genji. Now we just have to be careful, or Zombie just has to be careful, because if he's not paying attention, we're going to see Hanzo ult directly on top of him. They are going to hold high ground, which is something that they've been doing a lot better as of recent than they used to. We do see tank configuration is up. Both support ults on the side of Wilson is still up. Dragons is almost up. On the side of Lauderdale, we do see Shatter, tank configuration, and, oh, Zombie Mario taking down Pluto just in the nick of time as he almost goes down himself. However, it doesn't really matter. Mercy is not going to be able to res that from around the corner, and they're going to have to back up again. They've held them for 2 minutes here. If they hold them for at least 1 more minute, they're going to be equal time here, which is exactly what they're going to be wanting. They need to at least get them below 42 seconds. If they get them below a minute, then they're basically both teams going to just have a minute to cap. We are going to see Sigma actually playing around Bastion this time, putting the shield up. They are going to... iShot does get the pick off at the 5-star, however, the res is going to come out. However, that's going to be really bad for them, as we're going to see ult come out. He's going to have to manage to make it out, and he does. So he makes it out of that ult, trying to set up in the corner, which is not very good, because we are going to see Pluto going in, take configuration, as well as Shatter coming out. However, he does get booped around, and Zombie Mario hits the shield, hurting himself. 5-star, everyone coming out with their ults, taking the point. Saving the point, I mean, not taking the point. Saving the point. Now all they need to do is protect themselves from that Cassidy, who's doing so much damage up in the top. 50 seconds remaining. If they can just hold it off for at least 10 more seconds, they're going to have a time advantage here, which is exactly what they want. If they can hold them to overtime and Wilson caps in overtime, that's even better, because they'll get a whole extra minute while Wilson will only have a single minute to cap. And as we saw just a second ago, it took them less than a minute to cap, while it took Wilson 2. Wilson can very easily win this if they try to take out the Bastion to begin with, although they have been splitting up so heavily. We do see Tracer right in the top, almost going down. Can they take him out in time? No, he does get the recall, but he gets trapped by RKs by a lucky pin. Castiel popping in the right, but they only secure Tidex. It doesn't really matter. Reinhardt going down. Both Reinhardts going down. Now it's a 4v2 scenario. All they need to do is protect this Bastion, and they can very easily have a win here. We are going to see Cassidy rotating onto point. Doesn't really matter much because he's the only one there. He is going to stall for just a second, but he's going to go down before the overtime can happen. Tracer is going to manage to secure the get on the point, but he goes down instantly. He can't recall. And the map goes to Lauderdale County. 2 maps in a row going to Lauderdale County Crusaders. Now I feel really bad if I keep the third map a secret, because the plan was to tell them the second map and keep the third map, but I feel like I have to tell them the third map now. We are going to see 2 maps going home to Lauderdale County, and with that said, we're going to hop to a slight intermission while we get the teams ready for the next match. Welcome back, everyone, to the LC Finals with Wilson Dreamland Warriors versus the LC Crusaders. We are going to be hopping into the next map, which is going to be Hollywood. But I want to add real quick, Wilson, up until this point, has only ever lost one map, and that was last week to the Crusaders. Or lost one game, and that was last week to the Crusaders. They have just now lost 2 maps, which means if this was a best of 3, Lauderdale County would have just won. Which means that if Crusaders manage to bring this point home, they win the tournament. There's no bracket reset. We decided against that during the Rogers match. There's no bracket reset at all. So this is going to be very, very, very close. Very close match here. If Wilson wants to take this home, they have to basically run 3 maps in a row and win. I was debating on not telling this. I was going to tell them the second map, and I was debating on telling them every other map, but I've just decided from here on out telling them every map because it's clear someone didn't see it was fair, and I don't want to make them mad at all. So we're going to just tell them the maps and run it how it is. And they did make some swaps. We are going to have a few different players on the side of Wilson swap up, and we're going to be running it right now, hopping straight into Hollywood. So, the swaps, we are going to have a Rex Battler, which is actually spots for Matt, playing DPS. We're going to be having Pluo on tank as opposed to DPS, and Dexter on support as opposed to tank. So they did swap everyone around one role, or swap 3 people around by 1 role, basically just rolling it back, essentially. They basically put the support on DPS, DPS on tank. So, this is going to be a fairly interesting match because, as far as I know, Matt is like a resident support player for Wilson, and Dexter is a resident a tank player. So I'm very curious to see how that's going to turn out with them making that swap last second. We are going to see Matt rolling with the Cassidy, iShot rolling with the Pharmacy, Pluo and Matt on the ball and the Orisa, and they don't really, Lauderdale County doesn't really have anything to counter the ball, so I'm sure they'll probably end up going Cassidy eventually for it. I'm sure they'll eventually go Cassidy for it if they do realize what's going on. And it looks like there is some banter that you guys can't see going on, just a little bit, which is pretty interesting to get to read. We are going to see Wilson immediately defending to begin with, so Lauderdale County is going to immediately push in here. They do have Zombie Mario on Echo, which is something we don't really see him on at all. 5-star on the Sim, so they're probably going to try and TP straight up top and fight on the point. However, the Echo is going to be a lot better for iShot, or taking down iShot. The only problem is if Matt can hit his shots, Rex Battler can hit his shots, it's going to cause a problem. We're going to see immediately Lauderdale County, I keep saying immediately, we're going to see Lauderdale County here looking to engage. Wilson is going to go down 1 almost instantly. 2 going down straight away. They do have res up as they are going to try and pull it. iShot gets down Zombie Mario. They get res. It's a 5v5 here. Lauderdale County is going to push in, trying to do something, whatever they can. 2 more go down on the side of Lauderdale County. And it looks like it's going to be a fight, I believe, won by Wilson, from what I can tell. Maybe not. 5-star took down the Pharmacy by himself. If they can take out that, they need to get the Ana down. That's exactly what they're going to do. They do boop her back a little bit. Now if they can take out Matt here, it's going to be a big win for them. And that's exactly what they do. They take down both Rex Battler and Dexter. Both down, coming out with a 4K. Almost the entire team down. 1:50 down already. Not even. 1:10 seconds. And Lauderdale County has just taken the first point from Wilson on Hollywood. A map that before took them 4 whole minutes to cap. Lauderdale County has the momentum behind them. They have what it takes to win it. Crusaders, I'm curious what Wilson's going to do here to counter it. Wilson has the technical skill. They have the game knowledge. They know what they need to do here. They know how to counter it. The question is, will they pull it off? I mean, Pluo, especially as their in-game lead, their team lead, he knows exactly what he's doing. He plays this competitively. He knows the comps that he needs to run against theirs. And right now, what they're doing isn't working very well. I mean, they're losing. They're not getting the picks. They're missing their shots. Pluo does secure the pick. They're off onto Void Knight. But Rex Battler is going to push them off the high ground with that, as Chillfish is going to push them off the high ground with that just a little bit as he tries to boop spots for Matt off the top of the ground. Not like he's going to succeed with that. We do see Rex Battler going with his all, only securing the Baby Diva. Reinhardt going down as well. They do push it already. 1 minute off. They're already 50 meters into it out of like 150. So they're already 1/3 of the way through the second point. Now what Lauderdale needs is something that can battle the high ground, and that's exactly what they're going to get. They're getting both an Echo and a Pharah, and now they just need that Mercy. The only problem is, if they swap off of Lucio, they're not going to have speed boost for the Reinhardt. They don't really have anything at all to counter Hammond at all as well, and he's doing a lot of damage. Void Knight does pop his ult going in. Reinhardt with the massive shatter, trying to do as much damage as he can. Arcades gets Milk immediately. There's no res. 2 go down. However, they do equal it out. 3, 4, 5. One more left. Is just Pluo left for the side of Wilson. He is going to come straight onto the point, trying to do as much damage as he can. Doesn't really do much at all before getting booped off, and he does get very low. Can they take him out? D.Va is going to chase him, but they need to stay on the point. If they focus the point here, they can get it almost to 2/3 of the way through the map before Pluo can do anything against it. And that's exactly what's going to happen. Pluo is going to go now, try and touch the point. He is going to back out. They are 2/3 of the way through the map. All of Lauderdale's here. All of Wilson's here. This is where it really counts. iShot does have his ult. He's going to go up top, looking to get the pick. Trying to demech D.Va. He knows that's what he's got to do. If he doesn't, then it's going to just get 8. We do see, as well, Tidex trying to battle out iShot in the sky, but he can't do anything. Reinhardt needs to counter Gabe's ult, or not Gabe, he needs to counter Pluo's ult. However, he doesn't. 3 go down for Lauderdale County, 1 down for Wilson. However, they do get rezzed by Milk almost instantly. Lauderdale County is going to have to back up here, regroup. iShot gets a 2-piece. And yeah, it looks like Lauderdale County is going to have to back up here if they want a chance at pushing once again. Wilson does have all their ults here, pretty much. They have 4, almost 5 of the 6. On the other end, Lauderdale County's only 50% to 5 of them. With only having 1 of them up. However, if Zombie Mario can get on the high ground, copy Matt, which is Cassidy, and just get some hits and get his ult, he can easily get a team wipe here. They don't have a dedicated enough shield to do what they need to do. He does end up going Pharah instead, which could be really big. The only problem is iShot does get Chillfish. Cassidy gets ult. He's going to go out. Mario getting both Milk and Rex Battler, 2 for 2 here. D.Va does have ult. Are they going to pop it? Pluo does ult on does take out Tidex before going down, trying to get Arcades. Arcades gets the charge off into Rissa before going down himself. Can they win this fight? They need to take out iShot in the front line. If they don't do that, then they're just going to keep losing the fights. And they do get him. They don't have the res up. Res is going to be same bag. D.Va Bomb does go out, and they don't have anything to counter it. Pluo goes down to that. That's massive. That's the main pick they need to go down. All they have to do is take out the Mercy and the Cassidy. If they can do that, they win this fight pretty easily. D.Va is going to be targeting Ana, who's going to be very low. They do go down. Mercy's going to try and get the res off, shooting up just a little bit too high. They walk behind the wall, aiming for the res, failing to get it. iShot pops all, only getting 1 before almost going down himself, having to back up. Then proceeding to get 2 more. Lauderdale County looking to get as much as they can. Arcades does get the pin off onto Milk before backing up. Arcades, both DPS on the side of Lauderdale, targeting iShot, taking him down. This is exactly what they need. Can they win? iShot pops in, or not iShot, Zombie Mario pops in with ult, taking down Dexter before going down to Pluo. Now it's just Zombie Mario. Can they fire out the Nano? They can't. It looks like they're not going to be able to. Zombie Mario's going to have to back up. He needs to back up and wait for his team to get there. If he does that, then he can actually win this. He does manage to get out just in time as his team recuperates. Beat goes out, saving his team. We're going to see the Hammond still doing the most here on the work. They have held for 5 minutes. Baptiste ult does go out, doing a lot of allowing them to do a lot of damage. However, Zombie Mario or iShot is going to be behind them as Soldier. They need to take him out before they can do anything. 2 down on the side of Wilson. 3 down on the side of Wilson. All 3 of their ults are down currently, not able to pop. They need to take Pluo out off of the point. If they can do that right here, that's the victory. That's what they need to do. They do ult. He is going to get low. No, he's not. Never mind. But he is going to back up. Can they hold him off the point? They do. He C9s. He gets off the point for just 1 second too long, and they do cap the second point. Whew. Insane. 1 minute and 30 seconds left to cap. Chillfish is going to pop his ult, looking to get to secure something. He doesn't really secure anything. Arcades is antied. He's going to have to back up to get some support. Pluo very low, running around, looking for something to do. 5 stars, sees Pluo, goes for him, looking to get in the back. However, Pluo is just so far back, it doesn't really matter at all. He's not going to do anything from back there. He's going to have to run around and get heals, and by the time he does that, it's going to be a little bit too late because the rest of his team is going to be down. Arcades with the massive shatter going in for the tank, getting him, securing the pick, going in as well to get Mercy. Mercy goes down before the res comes out. 3 down on the side of Wilson. iShot does take down Zombie Mario though. Pluo comes in, looking to stall the point, but he is going to get low, managing to grab that Mega, and Tracer is going to chase Arcades as well. They miss. Arcades needs to use his shield on those bombs. However, Immore does go out, preventing much of them from taking any damage. However, iShot gets a very lucky Helix Rocket there onto Void Knight. Whew. We do see Chillfish getting a little bit too aggressive as he runs in by himself. However, Arcase comes in with the clutch pin, but he misses just barely, taking out the supercharger, trying to do whatever he can, but he does get antied. Backing up, Pluo is directly behind him. They need to take out Pluo as fast as they can. He's right inside of Baptiste. He does get caught in the trap, in the shield, or in the charge, but he doesn't get the pick off just yet. Pluo does get very low. If they take out Pluo here, they can easily win this, and that's exactly what they're aiming to do, and Pluo does go down, but the Mercy is going to come in for the res. Res is going to go off. That's all they need right now. iShot is going to be looking for the ult here as he is flanking on the left side, but he gets pushed back by Chillfish, trying to get the flank. He does, Chillfish does get stunned, trying to back out and save mech. He doesn't manage to do so, and iShot pops out immediately at the right time. 2 down the side of Lauderdale, 3 down, they fail to touch the point. 4 down, they touch it for just 1 second, but it's a team wipe. And with 0 seconds left on the clock, they make it almost to the end of the map. Now all Lauderdale County has to do is get the proper stall. And this is exactly what happens every single time that we've seen these two duke it out on Hollywood. This exact same setup. Lauderdale nearly wins, and Wilson manages to come back. So there's a pretty high possibility Wilson's going to be in it to win it. And they're going to bring this back. However, I wouldn't count out Lauderdale just yet. Oh, in 19 seconds, we'll see exactly what they're going to be running to stop this. And if I have to guess, on the side of Lauderdale, we are going to see a Bastion. So like I guess, we are going to see Zombie Mario with the Bastion play. Chillfish going to be the Sigma, keeping his shield up on the Bastion pretty much at all times. They're going to be probably going up top. They're probably not going to play as far back as they need to, but doesn't really matter. They're going to have Rex Battler, aka Matt, on the Pharah. iShot on the Hanzo. They're going to have the Pharmacy combo, which if they don't play carefully, if Lauderdale doesn't play carefully around that, then they will very easily lose this point. They need to take the high ground. If they don't do that as well, they're going to end up losing. It doesn't look like they're going to be taking the high ground, though. Looks like they're just going to set up right in front of the main point, which is going to leave them completely open to Pharah. Pluo immediately goes over them and behind them. Insane play there by him. But Chillfish does notice it, going for the pick. He does get the ball, the rock off on the ball. Zombie Mario gets the pick off into Matt, although it's going to get rezzed by Milk. Or on the copy paste, but he's going to get res most likely. Pluo comes in behind, but has to just do a loop around, not really doing too much with it. All of Lauderdale County right now is antied. One good push here is going to lead to all of them dying. However, they do back up, playing smart. They need to take the high ground. Bastion needs to back up and get that high ground, because if he doesn't do that, they are going to lose. Mercy goes down. Massive pick there by Zombie Mario, but Void Knight does go down as well. Zombie Mario trying to take out Pluo, and that's exactly what he's going to try and do. As he goes into tank turret config, sorry, not tank. 2 down again on the side of Wilson. Already 1 minute off the clock. They haven't even really been able to make a full team fight yet, and already almost the entirety of Lauderdale has their ult. 60, 70. We have 1, 2, 3 people already above 80, and on the side of Wilson, we only have 2 above 70. Valk does go out immediately, which may have not been the best usage in the world, but it could have been a lot worse. We're going to see Pluo go out immediately as Zombie Mario focuses all his attention onto him. Zombie Mario does back up, looking to set up elsewhere so he can get that pick. He is going to target, he's going to try and target Rex Battler here in the sky. That's exactly what he's going to do. He's going to take him down almost instantly. iShot, however, does get the pick off into Chillfish. Mercy is engaging iShot by himself. And that was a really good ult by Hanzo. However, it was just too short as it goes past his enemies, and he does get taken out. So that ult does essentially get wasted there. They only have 1 ult up, 2 more on the way. Lauderdale on the other end has 3 with 2 more on the way. Pluo is going to be sitting behind them. 2 minutes now down on the clock, off the clock. Zombie Mario takes down spots from Matt. Pluo looking to push in, but he screws up the charge. And now Zombie Mario knows where he's at. He's going to target him. There's not really anything he can do. He's stuck in the corner now. All he has to do is make 1 screw up, and that's exactly what iShot does. Matt tries to ult there, but he does go down. Zombie Mario managing to get Arcase. However, Arcase is going to get rezzed here. Zombie Mario playing smart, playing on the corner, gets Z-Pluo exactly what they need, and all they have to do is take out the remaining 2 DPS. We do see iShot swapping to Genji. Chillfish ulting Genji, knowing that he's their biggest threat. Maybe not been the best ult there. And we do see a little bit too many ults come out from the side of Lauderdale County. 1 minute and 20 seconds on the clock. Chillfish takes out Rex Battler, or takes out Matt almost instantly. Tidex is going to be on the way back. However, there is a TP in the back lines, which I'm surprised we haven't seen Pluto target that yet at all. We're going to see Pluto immediately go in, trying to ult him out. Doesn't really matter. Doesn't really affect him, but it does take out both supports. And Genji does get ulted, but he does get solo ulted, and he does go down. Nano basically gets wasted. All they have to do is take out Milk, but they fail too, and it looks like Zombie Mario is going to go down here. 40 seconds on the clock, and finally Wilson is going to cap the point. Lauderdale needs to just back up and take the high ground. If they take the high ground here, get that Bastion up there, watch their flanks, they win. Pretty easily. And that's exactly what they're going to do. They're going to get the high ground. Although Pluto sees it coming, he's going to try and do something sneaky here. Not really going to work. Ice Shot trying to come up as well. Zombie Mario is going to focus on Pluto versus the enemy team. So he's going to sit exactly where he can see Pluto. And that's exactly what he's going to do. Almost taking him out. Pluto does get extremely low. Zombie Mario needs to get out of there. He is going to get slapped and pushed in by the enemy team. He does get extremely low, and he does go down. However, Mercy is going to pull off the res here, most likely. 1 for 1. Mercy's going to pull off the res off onto Bastion. Milk also getting the res off onto copy-paste. Tank configuration comes out. 1. Ice Shot goes down almost instantly. Zombie Mario securing another one as well. Mercy, 4 more going down straight away. 2 minutes on the clock. That's all Wilson needs to turn this around. They do have 2 ults up with 1 more on the way, 2 already over half. On the side of Lauderdale County, they don't have any ults up. Only 4 of them are halfway up. The other 2 just went down. They don't really have that good of an ult economy here compared to Wilson. And if they're not careful, Matt is just going to come behind them. And spots for Matt is just going to come behind them, which is Rex Battler, and use his ult here. Pluto does take out 5-star as RKs takes someone else. They've got to back out. Ice Shot does get Tidex. There is no res up anymore. 3 more go down. 4. Lauderdale is down in a 2v6 scenario. There's nothing else they can do besides back up. However, there is only 1 minute 30 seconds. Only 1 minute and 30 seconds remaining on the clock. Chillfish needs to just get out here, save, play for life, get out, and so does 5-star. That was a little bit delayed. I'm sorry for that. 5-star needs to get out as well, and that's exactly what they do. Now they're just going to hold that little choke there. There's nothing the enemy can do. And they have free reign over everything. Chillfish getting the pick off onto Ice Shot. Now they just need to prevent Milk from getting that res. We do see Tidex popping the ult. Res does go out on Ice Shot, who almost has his ult. Zombie Mario taking down Matt. Tidex getting the res on 5-star. Matt uses his ult, securing 1. Almost securing the second one as he tries, but 5-star's going to pull in with his ult, taking down Milk. There is no more res after it goes down. Ice Shot doing his best to do whatever he can. 45 seconds remaining on the clock, and neither team really have any ults. They do have Cassidy ult and Valk on the side of Wilson with Pluto's ult on the way. However, 36 seconds left to go. 3 ults on the side of Lauderdale with Void Knights on the way. If they actually manage to do this, if Pluto ults directly on top of them, Void Knight's got to have his ult up. He's got to use it, and he's got to stall for that point as best he can. Wilson is going to go for the flank. We are going to see Void Knight popping his ult exactly like I thought he was going to do. All he has to do is take out the mines exactly like he's going to do. He does take out Tidex, however, it doesn't really matter much, though. Zombie Mario needs to go and ult. No! Ice Shot swaps to Bastion, and they get a team wipe. Unlucky for Lauderdale Crusaders as Wilson secures the point in overtime. Lauderdale County has no time to make it. However, there's only going to be 1 more minute on the clock. They need to just back up and regroup. 1 minute 30 seconds on the clock to make it all the way. All they need to do is take the high ground again and play. Ice Shot goes down. Res is going to be up, however. It's probably going to go out here on Ice Shot. No, Mercy's going to stay back just a little bit, but Dexter does get the pick off onto 5-star somehow. Tidex probably looking for that res, is trying his hardest to protect his team as he's staying with RKs. Shatter comes up with RKs. He charges into the enemy team, not really doing much there. He goes down. Zombie Mario getting Dexter, but he does get taken down by Ice Shot. The entire enemy team is there. They need to play back. The more they push into Ice Shot, the more they're going to lose. Tidex needs to just fly out of there. Play for life. Alright, here's where they need to regroup. Wilson has 3 alts up, almost 4. Lauderdale has none. They have 1. If 5-star can play for high ground here, if they can flank, this is going to be insane. I think I'm just going to stop talking for just a second. I think I'm going to just watch how this happens, because I'm very interested. Zombie Mario goes down instantly. That's not good for them at all. Can Tydex get the res? I was going to stop talking, but I guess not. Whoa, baby! 4 ults, 4 down by the side of 5 stars, 6 seconds left to go. Tydex taking down Dexter. There's only 1 left. It's only Pluo. And Lauderdale County Crusaders takes home the finals. Lauderdale County Crusaders takes home the 3rd point out of 5, securing the finals for themselves. Who would have thought it? They came in last semester and they lost, and then won 4 games in a row without being eliminated. Went to the finals and lost. This semester, they came back. And they did what they said they were gonna do. I'm speechless. I'm completely speechless. I don't even know where to begin. I don't know where to begin talking. Lauderdale County Crusaders is the 2nd ever champions of the Lauderdale County Esports and UNA Overwatch tournament. I just want to say thank you guys to everyone for all the support throughout this tournament. For everything. That was an insane last few games. And I honestly think I'm gonna have to give out an MVP, and I don't really know who to give it out to. I want to give it to someone on Wilson. I want to give it out to someone on Wilson. But I think I'm gonna have to give it to 5-star for saving the game with his ult. The only reason... I feel like if Wilson had won that, it would have been a 3-2 on Wilson's side. I think they would have brought it back and just won, and that would have been that. But instead, that's not what we saw. Lauderdale County Crusaders sealed it in, and they took it home. So, I think the MVP is definitely going to be 5-star. Larry Davis, one of our better Junkrat players. I think his ult there easily saved the point. Zombie Mario also played an amazing Bastion. Counted his Bastion easily, too. I think it goes without saying, I mean, I don't want to give the same MVP to the same people on Wilson. It's iShot and Pluo who were always making the plays. No offense to anyone else on their team, because the rest of their team is also really good. I definitely think all these games were really close. Lauderdale County could have very easily lost this. It could have gone a different way. Like I said earlier, I don't think the score 3-0 really proves just how close these matches were. Even Lejong, which Wilson wasn't expecting, was a super close match. It was a 1-1, or it was a 2-1. If they didn't lose that final fight, they would have easily just took that home. And if they had won that, I bet you their momentum would have stayed, and they would have taken home every single point they're on. But that's not what happened. And with that, I want to say thank you guys for attending the second ever LC Esports Overwatch tournament here at UNA in the finals. And thank you guys for all the support. And I also want to say a shout out to our sponsors, Steel Series, the Wesley Foundation, For the Win Gaming, Maples Rugs, and Zozodelic. Thank you guys for everything that you do. It means the world to us, and you're the reason that we can do stuff like this. And without you, it wouldn't be possible, or without the parents. I'm so glad for you guys giving these kids and myself the opportunity to do this. Like I said last semester, I am only 18. I'm a freshman straight out of high school. This is new to me. And I'm glad to have this experience and making my first year here at high school, and hopefully making some of these students' senior years in high school the most memorable they could be. So, with that said, hopefully we get renewed. Hopefully we can do this again next semester. However, then, until we meet again, this has been UNA Esports and us here at the production team. And hopefully we'll see you again next semester. Thank you.